How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer. I'm not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
Is this the end? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final scene of
Marky got with Sharon, and Sharon got Sharia. She was sharing Sharon's outlook on the topic of disease. Mikey had a facial scar and Bobby was a racist. They were all in love with dying, they were doing it in Texas. Tommy played piano like a kid out in the rain, and then he lost his leg in Dallas. He was dancing with the train. They were all in love with dying, they were drinking from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain.
I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes.
What up, everyone? Happy Friday. Happy Friday, guys. Hope you're doing well. Annie! Thank you for being a member of the channel for 1 month. Annie, happy spring equinox, fellow cultists. I didn't even realize it was the spring equinox. But that makes sense. Doesn't it feel like, I don't know, maybe it's just me and maybe I'm just riding the high off of this book that I just finished. But is anyone feeling a little bit lighter? Is anyone feeling a little bit better? Like winter wasn't even this bad this year, but I also feel like I'm really kind of glad that winter is over. The ice cream stand in my town is opening up tomorrow. It's closed all winter. When the ice cream stand opens up, it's called King Cone, by the way, and they don't even take credit cards. You have to pay in cash. It's an old school ice cream stand with a giant ass creamy on top, or soft serve, I guess they call it elsewhere. So King Cone is opening up tomorrow, so that's how I know it's spring, because the ice cream stand in town is opening up. It wasn't even that bad of a winter. Like, we got even like a little, the tiniest bit of snow. It wasn't even that bad. Well, I'm glad it's Friday, and I've got a really, I think, fun thing planned for us today. So what I have planned for us today, we're going to do, it started with a throwback. Are you guys ready for this? It started with a throwback. Now, my audience members come in all ages, okay? I have everything from 18, 19, 20-year-old college students all the way up to many senior citizens, and I have every age range in between. I want to know, by a show of hands in the chat, how many of you watched Sally Jesse Raphael? I'm really dating myself on this one. Did any of you in the chat, and I know the answer is yes, watch Sally Jesse? So I did watch Sally Jesse. I had to watch Sally Jesse, and I'm going to tell you why. Because every day after school and every day during the summer growing up, I was babysat with the rest of my cousins where I come from an Irish Catholic family on that side, and so there was a lot of, I have like 87 cousins running around. I don't even know all their names. That's just a slight exaggeration, okay? I do have a lot of cousins though. Anyway, my grandma Kelty used to babysit us every day after school and during the summer, all at my cousin's house. And my grandma Kelty is this old Irish Catholic lady, and she would sit there at the kitchen table smoking her cigarettes and drinking her whiskey. She called it a smidgen, and she always had her lipstick on. Never could leave her without her lipstick. And she'd be doing her crossword puzzles, and she would sit there all day, and she'd yell at us if we got out of line, all right? But one of the things my grandma did was every day, I think it was around 10 a.m., and I remember this during the summer. Of course, during school, these happened during school hours. But during the summer, it was a ritual where my grandma would sit in front of the TV and watch Sally Jesse. And if you wanted to watch TV at that time, this wasn't one of those times when everyone had a TV in their bedroom, okay? I mean, it was kind of getting into that kind of era. But this was before there was a TV in every room of the house. So there was one TV. And if you wanted to watch TV when my grandma was watching Sally Jesse, you were watching Sally Jesse, okay? So I watched a lot of Sally Jesse growing up. And I say this to introduce this because the first thing we're going to watch today was randomly recommended to me on YouTube, and it's an old episode of Sally Jesse. And I remember this episode. I remember watching this episode when it came out, or maybe on a rerun. I'm not sure if it was like the first time it was aired or it was a rerun, but I absolutely remember watching this episode growing up with my grandmother, and that's why it caught my eye. Does anyone remember the episode of Sally Jesse with Toby? Toby was a non-binary person on Sally Jesse. And this was uploaded to YouTube like 12 years ago, but it's way older than that. I want to say, I don't know exactly when this aired, but you can see it's part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of Toby, the neuter, genderless person. And so I was like, oh shit, I have to find a way to watch this on stream. Because I haven't thought about this episode. I mean, like, why would I even think about this? But then it showed up today on my Twitter my YouTube recommendations, and I was like, is this like a non-binary queer person, but they were on Sally Jesse back in the day before any of us knew what this shit was? So we have to watch it. And it's broken up into 5 parts. We don't even have to watch commercials. And so we have to watch it. But then I was like, I wonder what other non-binary history I can find. Are there other people? Like, what if we did just a whole episode where we just go back and watch history about non-binary people? Because that's going to be some of the most cringe, just hysterical thing. Like, I think, maybe people don't agree with me, but I think this stuff is hilarious. And so I did what any person would do, and I searched non-binary history in YouTube. That was in 1989, Michael. Did you look that up? So Toby is from 1989, a non-binary queer person on Sally Jesse in 1989. Oh, we're watching that. That's crazy. So I looked up non-binary history on YouTube. There's so many things that I want to watch. We're gonna watch as many as I can get through today, but I mean, we might do a whole week next week of just non-binary history videos, because there's so much crazy shit to watch. So we've got a couple that stuck out to me. History shows that gender binary isn't normal. Transgender and non-binary royals. I actually do watch History Tea Time with Lindsay Holiday. I think Lindsay Holiday's channel, if you like royal stuff, Lindsay Holiday's channel is actually very, very good. I'm not sure I knew that Lindsay Holiday did a video about non-binary royals. But okay. Nick, thank you for being a member of the channel for 29 months. I found a DC comic character named Anarchy from 1989. Oh, you did you? Who is anti-statist, anti-capitalist, and fan art has him dressed as Antifa. Nick, can you please put that in the Red Menace Collective Discord under suggestions or DM it to me? That would be awesome, and I would really appreciate it. Thank you. I want to watch this video for sure. The Real History of Gender, and you know this video is going to be good. The gender binary is false. Okay. That's going to be one of ours. Let's see. That one's not so much. This one I really want to watch. This one we might do this tomorrow for Socialism Saturday, or we might watch it today. How conservatives invented gender ideology. Do you guys know how we've been watching these Judith Butler speeches, and Judith Butler is trying to go around and say, there's no such thing as gender ideology. I don't know where you're getting this idea. We never said there was gender ideology. It's not as though we have whole university departments devoted to gender studies or anything. That's gender studies, okay? That's different than gender ideology. Gender ideology is a made-up thing that the right made up. Judith Butler's been doing a whole PR tour saying this. This video is from 10 months ago. So this is not a new talking point. What are you guys talking about? We didn't make gender ideology. Conservatives made gender ideology. Okay. Okay, well, we'll see. Are you teaching your child about non-binary identities? The Real History of Transgender Pirates. We Are Not a Phase, The Hidden History of Gender Divergence and Non-Binary Folks. And I'm really surprised that's not FOLX. I don't care about lesbians. Don't care about that. We are all non-binary. A Brief History of Accidents. And oh, this is from the University of Chicago. I'm going to bet you that's a gender studies department of some sort. Yup, Center for the Study of Gender and Sexuality. That is a gender studies department. I think we've watched this channel before. I'm pretty sure we've watched this channel. Oh, here might be some good stuff for Socialism Saturday if it's new. The State of the LGBTQ Movement. I would like to see that. Great Society Transsexualism. Oh, yeah, we have watched this before. This one was really boring. The Sensation of Singular Life. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Jules Gill Peterson. You're right. Good spot. Jules Gill Peterson. Trans history professor at Johns Hopkins University, apparently giving a lecture at university. They love Jules Gill Peterson, man. Jules Gill Peterson speaks at universities all the effing time. Jules Gill Peterson is a crazy person that we have on video recommending that college students administer do-it-yourself hormones. So, essentially, oh, before we were trans, a 35,000-year history. Queer history, a brief history of trans people, gender, and so you can see, the point is, there is a lot of cringe stuff that you can find. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? 4 days ago? The Shape of Sex. History of non-binary gender before modernity. Did we just find our Socialism Saturday episode for tomorrow? We may have just found our Socialism Saturday episode, although I think this is in the UK, right? It's Oxford. So maybe we'll see. 10 transgender and non-binary people in history. We exist. Gender, transgender, and the Middle Ages. Okay. So you guys are getting my point. You guys are getting my... Oh, this, that. Beyond the binary. Global perspectives on gender diversity. It just is never ending. This is a never-ending list of cringe, non-binary... What is this? A history of queer representation in Western cinema. Okay. Trapped in the Master's House, a discourse on the gender bind. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be cringe AF. Transcending. Oh, what is this? Is this saving to my watch later list? Yes, it is. Transcending Jane and John Doe. What the fuck is this? Of course, we know that trans, when it's used by queer activists, means transcend or transform. It does not mean transition. Oh, did we just find a whole 7-part series about transcending gender? Did we just find that? Yeah, I think we did just find that. Yep, we did. We just found a whole, 6-part series on transcending gender and other stuff. All right, well. All right. Hang on. Pulling up their channel so I have it for later. Anyway, the moral of the story here is that we're going to watch a lot of crazy shit today. Is everyone ready to just really dig in and learn some non-binary history? Because I don't know, man. It's like there ain't no content like queer non-binary content. It is the craziest shit in the world. It is the most dystopian stuff. The people that push it are funny to watch. We can laugh at them. We can also cry because it is sad. Because these people are winning and we are losing. So what does that say about us? And Bot is asking the most important question. Is there beer? Yes. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Do you guys want to see beer and then we'll do announcements? Actually, I'm very excited about the beer today. Hang on. I'm very excited about the beer today because the beer today, it was just like the first thing I saw when I walked in the craft beer store. And it's all from the same brewery, which is Jack's Abbey's Craft Lagers, which is a New Hampshire brewery, of course. And what they did is they brewed 4 different dessert-style beers. And so I'm going to tell you about the different dessert-style beers. The first one is a fudge brownie Baltic Porter. Savor the decadence of fudge brownie Framingham. An imperial Baltic Porter that's pure dessert indulgence. The lager is luxuriously displayed of chocolatey goodness in a glass. Immerse yourself in the opulence of flavor. This is 9% alcohol. The next one they did is salted caramel. Let's see. And this is also a Baltic Porter with caramel salt and brown sugar. Savor the decadence, blah, 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 blah. The blurb is the same. Salted caramel is the next one, and this is also 9% alcohol. Thank you, Jack's Abbey. And then the third one, I'm a little unsure about this one, but I had to get it because you have to get the whole set. There's 4 beers. I had to get all of them. Gingerbread. Sometimes I like gingerbread. Sometimes I don't like gingerbread. I'm not necessarily going to run out and be excited over gingerbread, but who knows? This is also a Baltic Porter. And this is also with, oh my God, 9% alcohol. And lastly, and this might be my choice, but you guys get to vote on which one I drink first. Is there any better dessert than tiramisu? I don't think so. Tiramisu is almost universally the best dessert. It has coffee in it. It's delicious. And now it's in a beer. It's in a beer, another Baltic Porter, of course, and also with alcohol. 9% to be exact. So, per usual, you guys get to vote on which beer I drink first. Is it going to be fudge brownie? Is it going to be salted caramel? Is it going to be gingerbread? Or is it going to be tiramisu? You guys let me know which one you want me to drink. And while we are doing that, I'm going to do some announcements. And the biggest announcement is the same as the announcement that it's been all week. I am really, really excited. If you guys haven't been following along, I wrote an emergency book. It's an emergency book because I wasn't planning on writing it a week ago. And then I got very inspired and I couldn't stop writing it. And it has manifested into, I think, what will be one of the best things that I ever write. I am so proud of this book. I can't even tell you. What I did is I wrote a dystopian fairy tale based on the Communist Manifesto. It is called The Communist Manifesto, a Revolutionary Fairy Tale. And it follows the journey of a mother and daughter joining the revolution, overthrowing the bourgeois, becoming part of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and then what happens after the revolution happens. And it comes in 5 acts, and it takes you on a journey. And Reagan said, I read the whole thing, and it's really, really good. Judy read the whole thing, and she says it's good. It is going to come out in paperback. I'm targeting April 1st because I kind of like the idea of April Fool's Day. But right now, it is available exclusively to members of the Red Menace Collective. The Red Menace Collective is a group of people that chooses to fund my book writing habit over at redmenacecollective.substack.com. Kazmar finished it today. She says, it is amazing. Carlin's writing makes you feel like you were there. I'm really proud of this. And so you can access all 5 acts of the book now. Obviously, you want to start on Act 1. Duh. Don't start in the middle or anything like that. But this will be available exclusively for members on here until I release the book publicly. Now, I'm going to be releasing, obviously, a Kindle version, a paperback version. I think I'm also going to do a special edition hardcover version that might have illustrations. I'm still figuring the hardcover out. It might not come out at the same time, but I'm definitely going to be releasing a paperback version. And until then, you guys can read it on redmenacecollective.substack.com. Please let me know what you think. Get ready to leave those reviews on Amazon when it comes out. And I just I've honestly been really emotional about this book because this book for me, it feels like I when I wrote my first book back in 2017, 2018, something like that, I thought that when my first book came out, I was going to feel this immense feeling. I was like, oh my God, you're a published author now. And listen, it is cool. It's cool to see your book in print for the first time. It's cool to go into a bookstore and find your book there. It's cool to, I literally had people I would speak at conferences and stuff like that. And I'd have people lining up to get my autograph in their book. And that was cool. I'm not going to lie. It was cool. But with my first book, my second book, my third book, and my fourth book, I never had that kind of real feeling of accomplishment. It's not that I thought the books were bad. I stand behind every book I've written, right? I love every book I've written. When I'm working on them, I love working on them. But it was just okay, when it came out, it was okay, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing after that? With this book, I'm just I have the feeling that I felt like I should have the first time I published a book, which is just I'm just really proud of this. This is, maybe it's not perfect. I've never written a book like this before. Maybe it's not perfect. But it's every single, I feel like part of me is in this book in a way that it's not in other things that I've written. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but I really just hope people like it, and I really would love to see this made into a TV show or a movie. Honestly, we need to find someone. This has got to be our goal, and you guys will understand when you read this book. I want to see this made into a TV show or a movie so bad, because I just think it's perfect for that type of medium, and I want to see someone take this to life someday. And I hope that happens, fingers crossed. But first off, I just got to get it published, and I got to get it out there, and I got to get people reading it, and I might even go on shows and try to talk about it. I might lower myself to go on other shows and talk about it. That's how proud I am of this book. And if you've read the first 5 acts, by the way, there's an epilogue to this book that you haven't read yet. Also, I wrote out the Book of Understanding. So if you've been reading the book, you know what the Book of Understanding is. The Book of Understanding is basically this kingdom's version of the Communist Manifesto. And I actually created for an appendix in the book, a full version of the Book of Understanding, so you guys can actually read what the people in the book wrote and all that stuff. And I really do hope people like it. So you can access it right now on redmenaccollective.substack.com. Let me know what you think as you're reading it. I would love to hear. I also want to remind you guys, I do have a couple other books out right now. We just released Debunking the Communist Manifesto. I don't know. Why is this on sale? I didn't approve for no sale. Whatever. I'm letting Amazon handle it. Anyway, we've got Debunking the Communist Manifesto up now on Amazon in paperback and Kindle. We also have A Brief History of Racism up on there, and you guys can, if you've read these books, leave a review, let others know what you think. And on my main Substack, we do have the latest episode of the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club podcast. We did finish that up yesterday. We did the last part of Against the Gender Nightmare. So if you wanted to listen to some of the most crazy gender and queer literature and manifestos, check out the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club podcast. That is available on my main Substack. That is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. You can also find it on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And that's that. Oh, before we get into it, and there is still time to vote, although tiramisu does look like it's winning. So let's end the poll. And we will do tiramisu as the official winner of the beer contest. Hang on. Before we do that, I have one more thing I want to talk about, because I have to say, we had some great James Lindsay moments today. And I just have to read you guys this. James is trying so hard not to say whiteness means capitalism. So now James is on this bend about DEI, where he's trying to convince people that it's not really anti-white, which is what James has been telling people for years. I want everyone to rewind back to 2021. When in 2021, I was running around going, this isn't anti-white. This isn't anti-white. I almost just knocked over a whole bunch of shit on my desk. But it isn't anti-white. It isn't anti-white. And this got me in a metric ton of trouble. Because everyone started attacking me over it. And they were like, yes, it is, Carlin. DEI is anti-white. CRT is anti-white. And I got canceled resoundingly on the internet for sounding the alarm literally years ago, saying, this is not anti-white, this is about the power structure. James tweeted today, if DEI is best characterized as anti-white racism, then why are 75% of DEI officers white? And why is Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy? And why does Dave Chappelle have white privilege? There's a far better way to understand it. Far, far better. Yes, James, there is. That way is whiteness means capitalism. That's what that way is, James. DEI is anti whoever opposes DEI. It scapegoats whites by using Stalin's strategy of resisting great power chauvinism and characterizing white and whiteness as the great power. What does the great power mean, James? What is the great power? In Western cultures, treating it as anti-white misses the key point. So congratulations, James. Congratulations. It took you 4 fucking years. I said 3 years in this tweet. I was wrong. It actually took him 4 fucking years to catch up to me. To finally and at long last admit that whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness is not about skin color. Whiteness means capitalism. When James says the great power, what they mean is capitalism is the great power. So James is trying so hard to not say whiteness means capitalism, because if James says whiteness means capitalism, he knows we would use it against him forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Because I got there 4 fucking years ago. Where were you, Jimmy? Where were you? Fucking all the MILFs at your events rather than actually paying attention to what was going on. You got there 4 years later. You're welcome. You're welcome. But the best thing James tweeted today, James has reached his stunning and brave phase of his de-evolution. And I gotta say, I just laughed out loud when I saw he posted a giant image that says, It's okay to hate communism and fascism. Stunning and brave, James. Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave. James is going to be raising his fist at any time in solidarity with the people that hate communism and fascism. So I had to share it with you guys. All right, we did get the tiramisu beer. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, cheers, cheers. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, that's actually... Sam, that's actually a great idea. We should definitely do that. Sam, if I forget about this, I need you to remind me about it, okay? For real. I actually do want to do that. All right, we got it now. Because I've got a tiramisu, we got a dessert beer, a 9% beer. I do have my fancy Southern Tier snifter glass for today. If you're drinking something fun. Oh, shit. Almost spilled. If you're drinking something fun tonight, let us know in the chat what you are drinking. This is a I can smell the tiramisu from here. Holy shit, that just hit me in the face. We are doing a tiramisu Baltic Porter from Jack's Abbey Craft Ales, and I believe they're in Manchester, New Hampshire. I know they're in New Hampshire. Pretty sure they're in Manchester. Doesn't say on the can Jack's Abbey. But cheers, everyone. Let me just get a taste of this. Hope you guys had a great week. Now you guys know the reason I have a Southern Tier Pumpkin snifter is because Southern Tier Pumpkin is my favorite beer of all time. Southern Tier in general is an amazing brewery. They're in upstate New York. They brew some of the most amazing imperial beers that you'll ever have in your life. I got to give a hand to Jack's Abbey because that beer, this beer is good. This is real good. This is a nice dessert beer. It's nice and thick. It's sweet, but not too sweet. It's alcoholic, but it doesn't taste alcoholic. It tastes like a delectable treat. Okay? So cheers, Jack's Abbey. Well done. All right, let's get into our first video. If you guys would be so kind as to mount the like button for me, I would appreciate it. And we are going to be watching about Toby, the neuter genderless person. Actually, let me just open all these up in order in another tab. That's going to be a better way to do this. And this was on Sally Jessy back in the 80s. And this might be our first cultural non-binary person on Sally Jessy, of course. Hang on. I'm just getting this set up. Oh my god, you guys are gonna die. Now, I know I asked earlier, but one's in the chat if you used to watch Sally Jessy, two in the chat if you've never watched Sally Jessy. Yes, Sally Jessy is like a talk show. This is like an old school talk show. So Sally Jessy was like a more high class version of Jerry Springer. Judy, you've never watched Sally Jessy? I am like literally shocked. So Sally Jessy, this is Sally Jessy. Sally Jessy is famous for her red glasses, okay? And no one will besmirch Sally Jessy on my channel. I won't have it. This is like a more high-class version of Jerry Springer, where basically people with odd stories would come to the show and they would tell their stories, and then the audience members would ask them questions. And there was no throwing of chairs on Sally Jessy. There was no yelling. There was no fighting. Sally Jessy didn't allow that, okay? Let's see. Let's learn about Toby, the neuter genderless person.
don't know. I
that
guess
what
if I
makes it
thought
man?
in my head and did all the physical things, I could be a man, correct? But you don't want to do either of those.
I don't want to do either of those.
You want to be a neutered person.
Yeah.
A neuter.
Neuter, not neutered.
Right, neuter.
Neuter.
All right. Are you annoyed with me that I'm this ignorant?
No.
Because I think I am. I mean, I don't really, like a lot of people, I guess, I don't really understand all of this. If we take a break and we come back, will you explain it? I have a million questions.
Yeah.
I have
Thank you.
questions
We'll be
too,
right
Sally.
back. I mean, in case you're just joining us, we're talking today about something that's really fascinating. This is Toby, and Toby is neuter. And we have been, I have been, excuse my ignorance, trying to understand it. Toby, you seem almost proud of the idea that you are neuter. You could be male and fit in with society, or you could be female. I mean, there are ways of doing that today with medical science.
Why should I?
But you don't. But why don't you want? Why should you? Because, well, there are girls' schools and boys' schools. You have to put down one or another on all kinds of forms, on driver's licenses and things.
This is a trip already. This was in 1989. Sally is literally doing What is a Woman in 1989.
There are ways of doing that today with medical science.
Why should I?
But you don't. But why don't you want? Why should you? Because, well, there are girls' schools and boys' schools. You have to put down one or another on all kinds of forms, on driver's licenses and things like that. One would think it would make your life easier to choose one and go with it.
Easier by whose standards? You're a woman.
Right.
There's a lot of discrimination and prejudice against women in this society. It would make your life a lot easier if you would just have your sex changed and become a man. You could fit in better, you would get more professional credibility, you would have a better chance for advancement.
All right,
Worth
but
it?
I can't change what I am, or I don't want to.
Which is it? You can't or you don't want to?
Either. I'm.
You can't have a sex change.
You could. One could.
One could. I could, you could, anybody could. Most people don't.
But isn't it complicated in a whole world that's set up for men and women?
It's complicated.
This was like, do you guys know how sometimes trans people are like, I don't even have to have a sex change to be trans. I don't need to do any surgery to be trans. This is like an earlier version of that.
It is complicated. But why choose to
Yo!
do something that's complicated?
I did not choose to exist. Finding that I exist, I determined that it's a good thing that I exist. I like being who I am. Why should I try to be anybody else?
All right, that makes sense. People are probably asking, why are we talking about this today? And one of the reasons is,
I mean, maybe did they call it neuter instead of non-binary in the 80s? Was this actually a thing in the 80s?
of course, that the purpose of
I mean, listen, we know that queercore is like the movement that within the punk movement, where a lot of this queer non-binary stuff was really cultivated in the queercore movement, which started in the 70s, but really, got a lot bigger in the 80s. So if this episode was in 1989, I bet you that this person was involved in like the queercore movement, because 1989, the queercore stuff would have been pretty much like peaking, right? What's this? Holy shit. Check this out. Bot is the chief investigative officer for the cult, for this reason exactly. Bot just went to the non-binary wiki. Neuter is a long-established word for sex or gender outside of the binary. Oh. Various dictionaries generally give it two relevant definitions, among others: a gender neither masculine nor feminine, genderless, gender neutral, an androgynous person, or without sexual organs or with incomplete sexual organs. So that'll be like an intersex person or whatever. Although the word neuter has existed in English with these meanings for hundreds of years, surveys show that it hasn't been very common for contemporary non-binary people to call themselves neuter. However, neuter was mentioned as one of the valid non-binary identities in the 2013 text Sexuality and Gender for Mental Health Professionals. I've seen this person in zines. I've seen this person depicted in zines. Wow. What a time to be alive. Back to Sally.
What we try to do here every day is understanding. And that's why Toby said, okay, let me try and explain. Now, just like me trying to tell you, well, Toby, it's easier being male or female, I'm sure doctors and parents and people have been doing that your whole life, haven't they?
Yes. We can do all these things. We can give you hormones, we can give you surgery, we can teach you behaviors and role-playing and train you to fit in as a female or as a male. We can rearrange your body and put chemicals into you, and it'll change everything. Well, why bother?
Must be a heck of a fight, you know? That's what I'm thinking. It's going through my mind, what a difficult fight. Number one, you don't have a pronoun.
Right.
I can't say, this is Toby, he. Now, I used he, but you would prefer me not to use he or she. We don't have a pronoun in English.
An ideal language would have a pronoun. Again, do you change yourself to fit what's outside?
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying
Pronouns.
How difficult. Maybe in a way, though, all of life is or should be a fight to be the best of who we are, not changing ourselves. I mean, that's something that you hear about. I'm sure people are fascinated by your sex life.
Yeah, people are a lot more fascinated by that than I am.
Asexual.
What sex life?
Asexual.
You have no sex life.
That's right. And it's not just a matter of not having the equipment, because professionals have been very, very earnestly and sincerely helpful in explaining to me all of these things that I can do, even without a penis or a vagina. And I sit there and I listen to them and I think, why on earth would I want to do that?
Did this person literally castrate themselves? Is that why they have a funny voice?
Toby, if you don't have the feeling for sex, if it isn't there, if you never knew that it existed, which in effect you don't, then it doesn't become a major number, right?
No, it doesn't. When I was 16, I was at a clinic where all these professionals were telling me, you can get a prosthetic penis made.
Toby has a
and it will exactly...
wait, Toby has an entry in the wiki. Hang on. Toby has an entry in the wiki. I don't see it in the wiki. What is it under?
Match your skin color and it'll be exactly the right size for you, and you can strap it on and you can have sex with it just like a man. And I sat there and I thought, what good would that do me?
Because you don't desire it.
Well, even if I did...
Wait, we're gonna go back. Did they teach this person this at 16? Jim Sinclair? Is that who this person is? Jim Sinclair. I don't see any mention of Toby in this entry, Maldy. So I'm sorry, I don't see what you're talking about. If you want to DM it to me, that would be great.
A major number, right?
No, it doesn't. When I was 16, I was at a clinic where all these professionals were telling me, you can get a prosthetic penis made, and it will exactly match your skin color, and it will be exactly the right size for you, and you can strap it on, and you can have sex with it just like a man. And I sat there and I thought, what good would that do me?
Because you don't desire it.
Well, even if I did desire it, this is a piece of rubber. It does not have any feeling in it. It's not a part of my body. It's just, I might as well leave the thing home for my so-called partner to play with while I go out to a movie. You know, funny? If I'm gonna...
Wow.
If I'm going to be having a relationship with somebody, it's got to be me in that relationship, not some contraption that some doctors make.
Do you have any relationships? Do you have a relationship?
I have lots of relationships. I have...
Okay, a romantic relationship.
How do you define romantic?
Romantic. Interesting. Toby, it's almost as if you got here from Mars. I mean, you know, I'm beginning to feel I'm in a sci...
Based Sally? Can you imagine saying that to a non-binary person today? It's almost like you got here from Mars. Yeah, Sally. Yeah, exactly. Sally was ahead of all of us.
Interesting. Toby, it's almost as if you got here from Mars. I mean, you know, I'm beginning to feel I'm in a sci-fi movie.
I feel that way,
romantic
too.
is...
The difference is that I'm the stranger on your planet, and you've got all these other people around
That's
here
right.
that are
That's
from the same planet you are,
right.
and I'm all alone here.
Okay, things that feel good. It feels wonderful to kiss somebody.
Yuck.
Yuck?
Yuck. No kissing. That's out.
Okay, it doesn't make you feel wonderful to kiss.
No.
It feels wonderful to hug and hold somebody.
That can be nice.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
When you feel that wonderful, that's nice, do you want to do anything more?
Not very often. I mean, what do you mean, anything more?
You want to get even more of a feeling of wonderful.
I think I can see where you're leading, and I'd like to lead you. There are all kinds of things that can lead to. All right, let me give you an example. I have a relationship that has been going on for almost 12 years now. We live together, we sleep together, we hug and cuddle a lot. There is never any genital contact except in cases where the other party needs assistance with personal hygiene. We're going to be together permanently. Is that a romantic or a sexual relationship?
No, it's not, actually. Not if you're not having sex.
No, it's
It's
not.
a loving one.
It's love.
All right, if I tell you that the other party in that relationship is my dog, does it make any difference?
Toby, you
Yes.
just tricked me.
Why? Why is that a trick?
Oh, because we assumed that you were in a relationship with a human.
If I were to be in a relationship with a human that involved that degree of closeness, it would have to be somebody I loved at least as much as I love my dog.
You never met a human that you loved as much as you love your dog?
No. I have a permanent lifetime commitment to that dog.
You could to a human.
I could, but I've never met anybody that seemed worth it.
Toby, you're absolutely fascinating. What's scaring me is that I'm not sure you might not be right. I mean, I believe we're all put here for some kind
Don't be fooled,
of
Sally.
a lesson.
Don't
Maybe
be fooled.
not for ourselves, but maybe even for other people. And I'm trying to figure out what the lesson is, Toby.
See, this is the very definition of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Sally is trying so hard. Sally's like trying to understand. Sally accused this person of being an alien and foreign to the human experience, but she's trying to understand. She's trying to be empathetic. She's trying to be kind. She's not being cruel. When in fact, what Sally should have done is say, this is not real. This is not ideal. It is not healthy. You can live whatever way you want to live, Toby, but... And you may be an intersex person. Maybe you're just a person that has mental health problems. Who knows? But neuter is not a real thing.
You figure it out, tell me, write up lesson plans and quiz people.
Not that way. Not that cold, cut and dried. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Yeah, see, this is
Does
the problem.
Therefore not.
This is the problem. Sally is a woman, and Dr. Phil would have handled this way differently. Dr. Phil wouldn't have been putting up with any of this nonsense.
Makes sense that maybe God planned you to be the way you are?
That opens a whole can of worms there that I'm not really prepared to get into.
Okay, you don't have to talk about it.
I think more along the lines of God gives people the strength to do the best they can with whatever they get.
Toby, does God make mistakes?
Well, if God does make mistakes, far be it from me to try to correct them. I don't think God made a mistake with me.
Take a break, we'll be right back.
All right. So weird. Is it a boy or a girl, do you think? Well, I don't think we ever get a clear answer to this. Is this a boy or a girl? I disagree in this case. This person sounds like they were mutilated as a child and probably... Well, okay, so that might be a fair point, but my question is, did anything actually happen? Or is it also possible now, if this person is mutilated as a child, that is a tragedy, and that person should be given help and all that stuff. But, like, is there a possibility that this person did it to themselves? They didn't say they were intersex. No, they didn't. No. Yeah, it's like this person is doing everything they can. They're wearing a turtleneck. They've grown their hair to a weird length. They look like they could be a woman. They look like they could be a man. They're using Toby, which could be either way. Yeah, bot, there's nothing on that page that you guys keep putting in. I don't know why you guys are sending me stuff you're not looking at. There's nothing on that page. All right, I'll look again for the third time. Let me see. Bot, there is nothing on this page that says this person is this person. Like, there's nothing on this page. Please stop sending me things that has nothing on it, okay? Let's move on to part 2. No, you guys, okay, if then you guys need to send me something that says this person, Toby, from the Sally Jesse Raphael show, is Jim Sinclair, because like 3 different people have sent me this link now, and none of these things are saying this is Jim Sinclair. All right, Sony Baloney has now sent the same link that Bot sent, and I'm going to click on it. All right, I'm going to show you guys what you keep sending me that you really shouldn't be sending me. Because this is actually starting to piss me off now. Does this have anything on it that says Toby? Why do I keep getting sent this page? What last paragraph? There's no last paragraph. There's nothing on this page. You click to this? Okay. Ah, here it is. Okay. Finally, we found it. Sinclair grew up... You're shitting me. He's Jewish? Okay, pro tip, guys, when you're sending me a page, actually send me the page you want me to look at, not some transitionary page, because this is what you guys were sending me, which had nothing on it. It has nothing on it. Jim Sinclair is an American autistic activist and writer who helped pioneer the neuro fucking diversity movement. No, I don't believe that. I believe that people are not paying attention to what they're doing. All right. Jim Sinclair is an American autistic activist and writer who helped pioneer the neurodiversity movement. Sinclair, along with Xenia Grant, Donna Williams, formed the Autism Network International. Sinclair became the original coordinator. Sinclair is an advocate for the anti-cure position on autism, arguing that autism is an integral part of the person's identity and should not be cured. Sinclair grew up Jewish. I know we're all shocked at this revelation. With a mother, a father, and a brother. At a very young age, Sinclair identified with other disabled people. They saw a blind man walking with a cane and imitated it with a cane found in their grandparents' basement. When Jim was 6 years old, they played with a set of Johnny West action figures with their brother. If one of their arms came loose, Jim would secure it by turning the lasso into an improvised sling. There we go. For another figure that broke, Jim fashioned a wheelchair for it. Jim explained that from very early on, I had the concept that you don't throw people away for being broken. Sinclair did not speak until the age of 12. Sinclair was raised as a girl, but describes having an intersex body. And in a 1997 introduction to the Intersex Society of America, Sinclair wrote, I remain openly and proudly neuter, both physically and socially. So what does that mean? They have an intersex body. Sinclair appeared on the Sally Jesse Raphael show as a guest with the alias Toby to talk about being intersex and asexual. Sinclair was the first person to articulate the autism rights. So we are literally watching the person that's responsible for autistic sex education today. Everyone just wrap their head around that. Sally Jesse Raphael in 1989 turned into autism activism, neurodiversity activism, autistic sex education. There's an origin for everything. And if you just keep going back, eventually you find the origin of everything. Okay. Let's move on to part 2 with Toby, aka Jim.
You know, Toby, did you just look at your watch? Are you wondering when this is going to be over? We are talking today about gender-related things that happen, and I want you to stay with us. It's like I'm trying to understand, and Toby is sitting here. Toby is neuter, in case you're just joining us, and Toby is extremely matter-of-fact. So I said this in the break. I said, Toby, you're very matter-of-fact, and Toby said, aren't you matter-of-fact about being a woman? Mm-hmm. And the answer is yeah. But, you know, we watch somebody who's matter-of-fact, and we say, well, how dare they be comfortable with what they are and be matter-of-fact, when, of course, matter-of-fact is what you want somebody to be. about their gender or about their sexuality. So it's absolutely fascinating. You know, I referred to this as maybe somebody came from Mars, you know, but the whole idea is you don't have to come from some place like Mars. Maybe right here on Earth. Huh? Is there any hurt in this? Is there any pain?
Wow.
From what? There's pain from outside sources. There's pain from rejection. There's
What's pain from the outside source?
Being told I don't count. Being told I don't exist.
Oh, wow.
You sort of get a kind of a philosophical perspective on it, that there are people who think that they're doing me a favor to be seen with me because I'm so weird, and people ask them questions about what kind of relationship we have, and people might think that they're strange for being seen with me, and I don't need friends like that. So there's pain when somebody that I thought was my friend turns out not to be. There's pain when somebody that I ought to be able to count on for support isn't there.
Have you had a lot of that?
Had a fair share of it. The things that you talked about, filling out forms, that's minor.
It is.
I kind of sharpen my claws on the poor bureaucrats with their little forms there, and just keeps me in practice for big issues.
So that's why you do that.
It's not why I do that. It's just a side, kind of a fringe benefit.
Okay. This is,
Steve Hammond.
Is there pain there too?
Yeah,
I watched you watching Toby.
There's pain. Only question I have to ask this person is, have you ever had surgery to find out if you have testicles or
Yeah, that's
ovaries?
a good question. That's a good
Yes,
question.
there has been exploratory surgery and there have been examinations, and it is absolutely certain that there is nothing there.
There is nothing. Now, let me explain why my guest brought that up. This is what my next guest looked like as she was growing up. Linda lived the life of a normal little girl until she realized that something was very wrong. At the age of 12, Linda, female, was having erections. Today, Linda isn't Linda, Linda's Steve. Now, what happened was that when Steve was born, he was mistakenly identified as a baby girl. How? This is not transsexuals. This is not people who've changed their sex. This is not people who've had operations. This is somebody born, the doctor takes a look and makes a mistake.
Right.
Says this is a girl when it wasn't a girl. Explain that.
Well, I was born in a modern hospital, and the doctor smacked me on the rump and sent me on home and told my mother, you know, I had a healthy girl. And when I turned age 12, 13, I started getting these erections, and, you know, I had a penis, and then it started getting erect.
No, wait. Wait. Okay.
I had undescended
Where are
testicles.
you from?
Brill, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Uh-huh.
Even in Kentucky, there are girls and there are boys.
Right.
You had a penis. Why did they call you a girl?
Well, I was a girl at the time. I mean, I was living the life as a girl, but I was a male at birth. I had complete male sexual organs. I had the undescended testicles. My penis was covered with layers of skin. It was tied down. And I had prostate gland.
In other words, all the male organs were tucked up inside you. What the doctor saw was what looked like a female.
Right.
But you were a male.
Right.
They were just covered over and tucked up inside you.
Right, I had no vaginal opening. You know, I never did have no periods.
This would be one of those examples where none of the female parts developed and all of the male parts developed, but not all the way. Is that right?
No, I was just a complete male with a birth defect.
They weren't all the way where they should be, but they were there.
I didn't have no vaginal opening.
Right, so none of the female parts were there, and all the male parts were.
All the male parts were there.
Right.
None of the female parts, but you're right. You said it very well, Toby.
Right.
You want a job here? But they were all tucked up inside, and you're living a life as a girl.
Right.
Because you don't have the male parts that people can see. and you, at 12, begin to have an erection.
Right, I go through puberty as a male, like a normal male. I experience the normal male puberty. Here I am, a teenager, and I'm waiting on periods and waiting on my breast to develop, and I'm developing into a man. It's confusion, but it's been a trip.
Listen, that's crazy, and that's sad, and that is in a monumental exception, okay? So I actually do feel for this person. That sucks. That really sucks. And I don't think people should make fun of this person because it's not their fault. They couldn't do anything about it. This is not a case of like they decided that they were they literally were misgendered at birth. But it is an outlier, and that doesn't mean they should be treated with anything less than compassion and dignity, because they should have compassion and dignity. But it's an outlier.
For me, because I've had this battle all my life, I love sex, and that's why I had to make a decision. Here I am, a man, and I want to be a man, and I don't want to live this confused life the rest of my life. I believe God created male and female, and I believe if you
go... Oh, there goes Toby.
Well, I believe if Toby went...
See, this is the kind of person that we like. They're like, God created male and female, and I was misdiagnosed as the wrong one, but I am a man. I live as a man. I have a penis. There is male and female. This is all I ask for. It's okay that there's exceptions. It's okay that there's things that go wrong. Well, it's not okay. We don't want that. That's not ideal. But as long as we can acknowledge that there are men and women and there are only two and that's all that you get, then that's enough.
I had her chromosome count and everything. I believe that she could find out what she was meant to be.
I was meant to be exactly what I am.
Well, I believe that you could find out medically, though, what you was really meant to be, male or female.
Well, I could find out what I would have been if I hadn't been what I was.
Okay. Steve, your family is bringing you up as Linda. You're 12 years old and you're still Linda. You're doing girl things, wearing girl clothes.
Well, I'm under cars and I'm playing softball. No, that stuff didn't appeal to me.
So you're being a tomboy.
I'm a tomboy.
And your family thinks you're a tomboy.
Yeah.
At what point does somebody take you to a doctor, or at what point do you say, Mom and Dad, I'm not a girl, I'm a boy, and what happens?
Well,
I mean, explain
when I started going through puberty, I was laying in bed one night and I felt this enormous erection. It scared me to death. I said, what in the world is happening to me? Have I got a tumor or what? So I go tell Mom, I say, Mom, I said, something's not right down there. I said, and she wants to take me to the doctor right then and there, and I won't, I just don't do it. I'm embarrassed, and I said, if it starts hurting, I'll go. If it's something that really interferes with my health, I'll go. But, I just sprouted on up and I lived a good life, as a living that life as a female. I played softball, made a lot of friends, a lot of platonic relationships that I had with men and women, not no sexual relationships until I got married and stuff.
All right, but if I were talking to somebody who felt, you hear people say, well, I decided to change my sex, or I'm going to have hormones, or I'm going to have an operation, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that. You are a complete and utter male, but there's got to be a time in which you made that change.
Well, I had corrective surgery, and I don't like being, don't get me wrong, I'm not, those people do what they want to, they have sex changes, and if they're living a homosexual life, that's their business. But I'm not for that, and I don't like to be categorized in that category.
Okay, I wasn't.
Well, I wasn't talking about you. I'm just talking about the world, most of the world, I feel like they put me in a category.
Okay, but you're not.
No, I just had a birth defect. As any other baby that had a birth defect.
When was the change made?
Age 25.
25 years as a female, and now you're how old?
I lived a life as a female for 25 years. I'm 33 now. I got married at age 26. I married my wife. I had 4 surgeries within, that year.
To be what you are, a male. Okay, coming up, meet the woman that Steve married.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Are we about to get hit with like, did Steve marry someone that was born a boy and became a boy? Are we about to get hit with something? Is Sally setting us up? Let's go to part 3. If Sally is setting us up, I'm going to be very upset. All right, part 3.
Steve was talking about being married. Please meet Janie Hammond, who is Steve's wife, and we have invited Dr.
okay.
Leo
Normal
Woolman.
woman.
Dr. Woolman
Okay.
is a psychiatrist, and for the past 28 years has dealt exclusively with gender issues. And since this is a gender issue that we're talking about, we felt we needed somebody to give us some help. Question.
I just wanted to know if Toby's family stood behind him, or have they rejected you at all?
I think when you talk about families, the thing to remember is that the way a family responds to a gender issue or a disabled child or a divorce or any other kind of issue has more to do with the way the family functions than the fact that there's a gender issue or a disability or a divorce or anything else.
Yeah, I just personally wanted to say that I think God is androgynous, neither or. And Toby, I think you seem a little angry, but I'd like to say I'll be your friend. I'll accept you just as you are.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to ask Steve a question. You said that when you were born, you did not have a vaginal opening. Didn't that concern your doctors or your parents? I mean, it would seem to me that at that point you would begin to look for the possibility of a birth defect.
Good question.
Yeah, that's the big mystery in my life. I don't understand why they didn't catch it.
Doctor, why might they not have caught that?
It might have been 3 in the morning. The doctor might have been a little tired. Sometimes the clitoris looks like a penis and the penis like a clitoris. The vaginal lips might look like a scrotum. So it's not too difficult.
You know, if you're in a hospital, is it a rural hospital?
It's in Bellefontaine, Ohio.
Yeah, it's a rural hospital, 3 in the morning. There have been a lot of babies born. Yeah, it's a girl, and off it goes, right?
Toby, you talked earlier about having a dog and loving
I don't mean to sound like unsympathetic, but the parents presumably had to change a lot of diapers. The parents presumably had to potty train. Like, what the fuck happened? They know how the parts work. They created the child. What happened?
dog and, wanting to spend the rest of your life with it. Well, that's fine. I have a dog and I love my dog, but isn't there any desire to bridge the gap between us and you? I mean, don't you feel alone? Don't you feel like you want to make some connection with us?
I have connections with people who come into my life that I decide I want connections with. It doesn't matter to me if those people are males or females or anything else. If they're nice people and they accept me the way I am and I like the way they are, we have connections.
I was just wondering, when you go out to a public place and you have to go to the restroom, and also which do you use, and then when you shop or when you're going out, like formally, do you dress male or female? It's kind of, there's nothing that you would wear that would be neutral.
This is where it helps to be a starving grad student. Nobody expects you to have good clothes and to go out and be formal.
What are you studying in school?
Developmental psychology.
Psychology?
Yes.
And what do you use, the men's room or the woman's room?
Usually I avoid that situation whenever possible. If it's absolutely necessary and there's no way around it, I look around and I see where am I least likely to be walked in on. If I'm in a place where there's like a truck stop, hundreds of men and only a few women, I'll use the women's room. If I'm in a place like a grocery store usually, where there's lots of women in and out of the women's room and nobody in the men's room, I'll use the men's room. I have been known to walk into one and notice there's no soap here, or there's no towels, or something, so I walk out and go into the other one.
So you've adapted your bladder to suit the circumstance?
My bladder is the same either way.
But
Doctor, how many neutral people are there more than we know of?
The secret is, this is the first one I've seen.
Yeah. And you've been studying gender.
And I've seen over 3,500 gender-related patients who were confused. But this is the first time I saw somebody who was neither this nor that. I'm curious to know what your chromosomal pattern is. Did they do that?
They did that, and I consider it irrelevant information. It's sort of like if you had someone who was born without eyes, and you say to this person, what color eyes do you have? The person says, I don't have any eyes.
But it helps to know whether you're XX or XY.
Why does it help? If you did a chromosome check on eye color, and you said, well, if you had eyes, they would be green.
But that doesn't
You still have a
answer the
person who doesn't.
Is it XX or XY?
I think that's irrelevant, and I don't see any point in answering.
Doctor, do you see if there's no parts, then, and you had, let's say you had a male chromosome X, whatever it is, I don't, you know.
XY.
And you still had no penis, no testicles, no male hormones, no anything,
That's irrelevant. There are many kinds of sex. One of the sexes is chromosomal sex. One is genetic sex. One is social sex. There are different kinds, physical sex. And Toby doesn't like to be put in any category. And that is Toby's right. But it would be interesting from a professional point of view to know what the chromosomal type was. If it were 85% of all cells have some chromatin, they call it bar bodies, B-A-R-R. And if it's XY, then we say this is a male. The Olympics
but
did that.
Doctor, if you took a chromosome, said Toby's a man, and Toby didn't have man's...
And look at the Olympics now. And now there are male weightlifters lifting weights as women in the Olympics.
Parts. What good is it for Toby to be a man?
No, I wouldn't say Toby is a man. I would say that Toby has the chromosomes of the male type.
I would like to know from Toby if it's accurate to picture your body as like a baby doll.
Ken doll.
That might be fairly accurate. Just a generic economy model, no frills added.
I want to ask Toby, when you go to Macy's...
Hang on. Have I reacted to the American Communist Party? The American Communist Party is a social media stunt. It is not a real thing. It is not taken seriously on the left at all. It is an AstroTurf thing that is literally funded by Russia. But that doesn't... And I don't really care that it's funded by Russia. I'm a big fan of Lauren Chen. Who it's funded by is like immaterial. The point I'm making is that it's not real. It's not taken seriously on the left. It's a social media stunt. You guys have got to start accepting that just because you see someone going on Fresh and Fit or debating someone over something, that doesn't actually mean it's relevant on the left. I have discussed this numerous times. I will not cover them because they are not serious leftist activists. There are zero serious leftist activists that take Hawes seriously. Hawes is a LARPer. He's not a real communist.
Seeds, or you get up in the morning, do you take a dress as well as pants, or you say, oh, I feel like this today?
No.
Your wardrobe is all pants?
Wear my jeans or my sweatshirts or whatever.
What if you feel like a skirt today? You put the skirt on?
Why would I feel like a skirt? I wore skirts for 12 years. They're awkward and they're inconvenient and they come up and your tights rip and why would anybody want to bother with that?
Doctor, is it possible that Toby is the only person in the world without male and female parts?
I could only say that Toby is the only person that at least I know, that has this configuration. And
but,
this also psychological...
Aren't there medical journals that would say that there are people like this?
If there are, I haven't seen them or read about them.
There are people that don't have developed sexual or reproductive organs. What is, it may be unique, I hope not unique, but what I haven't heard of before is someone with such a condition identifying as a neuter rather than as a female or a male. Usually if the baby is assigned as a female, they take it home and they say it's a female, and then at puberty when nothing happens, they will give hormones like I described before, and the person will be living as a woman.
Jane, when you met Steve, was Steve he or her?
It was he. He just changed over to, the doctor had just examined him, took all the tests that he was talking about Toby taking, and they found out that he's completely male, and they told him the 4 surgeries that he'd have to take. Then we had a friend that knew both of us, but she hadn't mentioned any names or anything. She was just telling me about a person she was concerned about. And we were going shopping one day, and she said, I need to check on a friend. I said, fine. And that's the first time I saw him. And he was, he just had jogging pants and stuff on, To me, when I first looked at him, to me, he was a male.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with some more of your story. It's fascinating.
All right. On to part 4. Guys, we are doing a marathon today of non-binary history. We are starting off with Sally from 1989, where they had this crazy non-binary person on it that apparently was the first ever autism activist and is responsible for autistic sex education today. Oh joy, oh joy. And then we're going to go into some other non-binary history stuff after that. We do have some beer on this glorious Friday afternoon. If you would be so kind as to mount the like button for me. If you don't want to mount the like button, you can high-five the like button, give the like button a kiss on the cheek, give the like button a slap on the ass. Do whatever you want to the like button. The like button consents to everything. And we're having ourselves a little marathon today.
Hi, I have a question for Toby. I'd just like to know, how is it that you go to the bathroom? Like, if you have an opening, if you don't have a male part or a female part?
Do you have a penis?
No, I don't.
How do you go to the bathroom?
Through my vagina. The opening.
I don't think so.
Like,
the urethra is a separate opening from the vagina. So sometimes in a male, the penis will not be fused all the way along and the urine will come out of the urethra rather than through the penis. In a female, the urine never comes through the vagina. It's a separate opening.
Okay, I have a question for Steve. Up till you were 25, you got your operations.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have relationships with females or with males before that?
Females.
You had relationships, like...
Yeah.
When did you go out on dates with males?
Well, I had one relationship before I met my wife, and she was very young. But I met her at... See, I couldn't go to a straight bar because they'd throw me out of the joint, dressed that way. I mean, being that way. So I went to a different type bar and picked up a girl.
Wait a minute. You get this?
No. When you were until 25,
I think.
you were a female.
Yeah, but what you're trying to say to us is you went to a lesbian bar and picked up a woman.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only way I could at the time.
If he'd gone to a bar the guys go to, they'd have thrown her out.
You never had a relationship with another male?
No. My desire has always been for female. I believe that's a God-given talent.
I have a question for Steve.
Whatever.
He said that at age 12 he started to have an erection.
Right.
Now, from age 12 until age 25, nobody realized that you were a man?
I kept it hid. I was so ashamed of it. I knew that when I made this decision, I knew what I'd have to go through with. It was rough on my job. I had to walk in that place and use the women's bathroom for the first time. That was so hard. I mean, the men's bathroom for the first time, that was so hard. And then my friends had to, I had to expound it to them and explain it to them. It was rough.
I mean, we're talking about the fact that 12-year-olds are aren't they, Doctor, pretty insecure about their sex anyhow?
Sure, usually.
And if a 12-year-old figures out there's something wrong with them, they're not about to go and explain, huh? Must be. You're laughing about it now, but this must have been very rough.
It was terrible. It was terrible. I had all these desires and as a male, and, I knew I was a male, and still I was having to live this life. I was confused for a long time.
I'd like to ask Toby if Toby finds it easier to have a relationship, even friendly relationship, with males or females. Do you feel closer to them describing your condition or making them friends, males or females?
I don't relate to people differently depending on their sex. So if there are any real differences, I've never noticed them.
Wouldn't it be an interesting world if we were all like Toby?
No,
if
Sally.
everybody
No,
wait a minute. If we could treat every
no, Sally, no, bad Sally, bad. No, it would not be an interesting world if we were all like Toby. No. Sally Jesse is responsible for the downfall of gender. This is how they won. This right here is how they won. They got to Sally Jesse in the 80s. Sally betrayed us. Sally was trying to be kind and empathetic and classy as she is, and Sally walked right into the genderqueer trap. I wonder how Sally feels about this now. I think Sally's still alive. We should tweet at Sally if I'm trying. If Sally Jesse is on Twitter, I swear to God. But we should try to get in touch with Sally and be like, Sally, do you have any regrets? Do you have any regrets about this? What do you think about this now, Sally? Can someone find out if Sally's still alive? I really hope she is.
Wouldn't it be an interesting world if we were all like Toby?
No.
If everybody treated...
long.
No, but wait a minute. If we could treat every person not like they were male and I had to come on to them or female and...
Wait,
but wouldn't it be...
Wait, is Sally on Twitter? Hang on. Oh my God. Is this the real Sally? Is she active? Oh no! Sally posted on Twitter 4 hours ago. Okay. New plan. I need to make a clip of this and we need to get in touch with Sally. Hang on. And no one is to be mean to Sally. Again, we will not besmirch Sally Jesse on this channel. I will honor the legacy that my grandmother created by making me watch Sally Jesse every single day. Sally Jesse is on Twitter today, and she still looks fabulous. Her glasses are even better now than they were in the 80s. And Sally is still the queen. Look, Sally even knows she's the queen. Look at that profile photo. We didn't know how good we had it with Sally. Except that Sally may have ushered in gender... Sally has a show now? Wow. Wow. Okay. We're going to clip this. We're going to get in touch with Sally. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Let's set the sound up again. Sally is our queen. We will not... It's okay that she ushered in gender activism to America by having Toby, a.k.a. Jim Sinclair, on her show. We forgive Sally. But I really hope that Sally denounces this nonsense now that Sally has lived long enough to see the ramifications of their actions. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Roseanne follows her. Can we get a connection to Sally through Roseanne?
Are any real differences? I've never noticed them.
Wouldn't it be an interesting world if we were all like Toby?
No.
If everybody
last very
treated...
long.
No, but wait a minute. If we could treat every person not like they were male and I had to come on to them or female and... But wouldn't it be fascinating? You were going to say something about that?
I just think that I know so many people who know who they are. And Toby, to me, is just someone who is very secure, and I think we should all be as...
You think there's a lesson there?
Yes,
No,
I think we should
not
all be as
no!
secure in ourselves and confident that she goes on and is going to school and is going to become somebody, no matter what anyone else thinks about
And
her.
doesn't need to have the little thing that says male, female, this, that, this.
You know, her choice was, and I think that's
It was a mistake.
one feather in her cap, and we should all take a lesson from
Or his cap.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Moving into part 5 of Sally. I believe this is our last part, and then we'll watch other non-binary things. I cannot believe that Sally is on Twitter. I feel like my grandmother is smiling down on me. Do you guys know how you have those moments in life where you feel like everything in your life has led to this moment? Where those afternoons or mornings, depending on what time Sally aired, that I spent sitting with my grandmother watching her show while my grandmother was smoking cigarettes and drinking whiskey, it has all led to this point. I have 4 times the Twitter followers of Sally Jesse. And we are going to confront Sally on Twitter very nicely. And we are going to ask Sally if she still believes that everyone should be like Toby. And my grandmother will be smiling down from heaven. Can I tell you guys a quick story about my grandmother so that you guys understand the type of woman that my grandmother was? This is like my favorite story ever of anyone in my family ever. Because like I don't always have good relations with my family because my family's a little messed up. But I loved my grandmother. Because my grandmother laid the foundation for me being an uppity bitch on the internet today. Let me tell you about my grandmother. After she spent a lifetime, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. After my grandmother, whose name was Shirley, spent a lifetime smoking cigarettes and drinking whiskey and sitting at the table doing her crossword puzzle with her lipstick on, my grandmother was diagnosed with diabetes. The diabetes was exacerbated by the smoking. My grandmother ended up losing her leg. Now, this might sound like a sad story, and that kind of sucked. That was very traumatic for me when my grandmother lost her leg. I was in the hospital at Dartmouth-Hitchcock when she had the surgery. I saw the leg before and after. It was very traumatic. After my grandmother lost her leg, she went into a nursing home because she needed full-time care. She was still smoking her cigarettes every single day. Anytime the grandchildren went to the nursing home to go and visit her, my grandmother would ask them to smuggle her in a smidgen, by which she meant a little bottle of whiskey. So my grandmother, after she lost her leg, she didn't change at all. She was like, no, fuck you. I'm still going to smoke my cigarettes, and my grandchildren are still going to sneak me in whiskey to the nursing home. And then the nursing home developed a policy where the nursing home outlawed all smoking in the nursing home. Now, my grandmother is not a politically active person, but my grandmother was not going to allow this to stand. And my grandmother found a friend in the nursing home, and they had gone out and had smoked cigarettes together. And my grandmother and her friend formed a committee in the nursing home, and they found an ombudsman. They found an advocate. And my grandmother and her friend petitioned the nursing home, and they won to allow every senior citizen resident in the nursing home that was already in the nursing home when the new no smoking policy was implemented. Every single person that was already in the nursing home got grandfathered into that policy, which meant that even though there were no residents of the nursing home that were new that were allowed to smoke, even though no staff members were allowed to smoke, the staff of that nursing home still had to take my grandmother out multiple times a day so my grandmother could have her cigarette. She petitioned the nursing home to be able to smoke, and she won. And so it was like her and like 3 other people that were still allowed to smoke in the no smoking nursing home. Grandma W. I loved my grandmother. I loved my grandmother very much. When my grandmother died, my grandmother was cremated and laid to rest in a bright red urn. And when the urn was buried, because they did actually just bury it at some point, when the urn was buried, my grandmother was not only buried in the bright red urn, in the grave with her was a tube of lipstick, a smidgen of whiskey, and a pack of cigarettes. I'm not making any of that up. That was real. We buried her with whiskey, cigarettes, and a tube of red lipstick. And that is who my grandmother was. And if that doesn't explain to you the person that I have turned into today, it's genetic. It's genetic, and I won the genetic lottery with my grandmother, and my grandmother was the best. And while she still had her leg, she still went out to the Moose dancing every Thursday night. And then she couldn't dance anymore after she lost the leg, but she was dancing every Thursday night at the Moose with the whiskey and the cigarettes. And that is the story that I will tell you as we go into this last episode or this last part of Sally.
The implications of having somebody like Toby is almost mind-boggling. You might want to do a doctoral thesis on what happens if somebody comes and they are neither male nor female.
Probably will write her PhD thesis on that. It's a good subject.
It's an excellent subject, but the whole philosophy of it. Toby, tell me the story of the sock.
Okay. Socks, actually.
Socks?
This was back when I was about 16, and the professionals who were supposed to be helping me and helping my family and helping everybody to adjust and to figure out what was what had finally decided, well, I obviously was not going to adjust as a female. So I should change over to a male identity, and I should be supported in doing this. And their idea of how I should become a male was, since I didn't have a penis, I should wear a jockstrap with some rolled-up socks inside it to put a bulge in my pants. And I listened to this, and I spent a couple of weeks just staring at the crotch of everybody I met to see if I could tell the difference. And what I found out was that if people were wearing underwear and if their trousers fit properly, I couldn't see any difference. But I thought, well, maybe there's just something, or maybe I'm brain damaged or something, and other people can see a difference that I'm not noticing. And then I thought, well, if that's true, what are they going to say if I suddenly get a bulge that I didn't have before? Being a naive kid who thought the experts really knew what they were talking about, I gave it a try. And I found out a couple of interesting things. First of all, I found out if you stand in front of the mirror and you put the socks in the jockstrap, and then you look in the mirror again and you take them out, you can't tell the difference. They're not visible. But if you go around about your normal everyday activities like walking up and down the stairs and sitting and standing, and they work themselves into thoroughly unnatural looking but quite visible conformations. And if you ride your bike to the mall 2 miles away, the socks will work their way out of the jockstrap. And when you get off your bike, park it, and start walking across the parking lot, the socks will fall out your pant legs onto the ground. And it's sad.
So you stopped wearing socks and a jockstrap?
That experiment lasted one afternoon. And the point is, all of these experts, they think, well, you have to be one way or the other, or you won't adjust. The way to adjust is to wear something attached to you that isn't a part of you. Well, I fit into my clothes just fine without that. I fit into my relationships just fine without that. I might not fit into somebody else's relationships, but why should I have somebody else's relationships? You know, I can walk and I can ride a bike and I can not worry about things falling out of my clothes. I can make love without working up a sweat. Why do I need...
The whole idea that it took a whole team of learned experts to tell you to put socks in a jockstrap and strap it on, and that was going to take care of whatever there was.
That would take care of being 16 years old, having a high voice and no facial hair, and making people think I was a male.
And they get paid for that, you know?
They get paid for that, yes.
We'll take a break.
That's it. I think we've reached the end of our Sally Jesse. Well, that was a good blast into the past. We appreciate Sally. And now we're going to move into something else. Okay, so I need your guys' help. We need to decide what to watch together. Should we watch this episode? Okay, here are the choices. And no one vote until I tell you the choices, okay? I want to choose between this episode, the gender binary is false, and this looks like a very kind of like non-binary person. So that could be really funny. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is this one. How conservatives invented gender ideology. So that's going to be option number 2. So what I want you to do is put a 1 in the chat if you want the real history of gender, the gender binary is false. I want you to put a 2 in the chat if you want to watch How Conservatives Invented Gender Ideology. 1 in the chat for the gender binary isn't real. 2 in the chat for How Conservatives Invented Gender Ideology. Let me see what you guys want to watch. Looks like there's a lot of 2s. Okay, so we are going to watch number 2. We are going to watch number 2. Now, I want to remind everyone to please mount the like button for me, if you should be so kind. I want to remind everyone to make sure to double check that you are subscribed to my channel. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We do Saturdays at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. I will show you the most dystopian leftist shit you've ever seen in your life. And we are going to watch this documentary, or whatever this is, How Conservatives Invented Gender Ideology. This is from 10 months ago. I don't know who this person is, but they have 500,000 followers on YouTube. So let's see what they had to say.
He asked me why I wanted to transition from female to male. I told him the story he wanted to hear. Ever since I was a young child, I've been a boy trapped in a girl's body, and during puberty, I became ever more uncomfortable with my body. These words aren't really mine, but I'm not allowed to say that. 10 years later, it's dangerous to say that. It's even more dangerous to be who I am. In March of 2024, the UK's National Health Service announced that it would be banning the use of puberty blockers as treatment for gender dysphoria in children. As a trans person who went through puberty as both a man and a woman, I say we should ban puberty instead. Trans advocates were quick to condemn the NHS's decision, since puberty blockers play a key role in the lives of the trans children who need them. These blockers allow trans kids to put a pause on puberty and give them time to decide whether or not gender transition is a path for them. The NHS made the controversial decision after the publication of a report on the efficacy of puberty blockers conducted by the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence. Nice. The recently publicized full version of that review, now known as the infamous Cass review, concluded that there was insufficient evidence to show that puberty blockers positively impacted the gender dysphoria and mental health of children who take them. Well, what does that mean? Understanding complex news like this is both difficult and important, but there are tools that can help us sort through the noise. One of the tools that I use is Ground News.
Oh, come
Ground
on.
News is a unique news app and website that lets you compare how different media
No advertising. No advertising.
can quickly
No.
tends to
No,
be
no,
as a
no.
group
No, no, no.
handle feed you half-truths. Ground News
No. No advertising.
to Ground News by to get 40% code right for these, and that the studies report dysphoria and mental health, and in others it positively impacted these outcomes? Well, first, let's start with the NICE report, which was used to inform the Cass review and which was directly cited in the NHS policy decision against puberty blockers. The NICE report claimed that much of the available evidence was low quality because the studies weren't double-blind randomized control trials. For those of you who don't keep up with the medical fandom, a double-blind randomized control trial is when you take your study participants and randomly assign them to two groups, where one group gets the treatment and the other group doesn't get the treatment. And the delicious twist that makes this all the more scientific is that neither the researcher, who directly interacts with the participants, nor the study participants themselves knows who received the treatment. So wait, why don't they do that for gender-affirming care? I want it! Hey, but let's use our noggins for a moment. Have you considered the boob problem or
The boob
the beard problem, it's going to be really obvious to both the researcher and the participant who received the puberty blockers, because those that didn't would start going through puberty. Another problem. It's just a wee bit unethical to deny a group of people a treatment that may or may not be life-saving, right? Here's a fun fact. I was a trans kid. I started my transition around age 12, changed my name at 15, and began hormones at age 17. Then I changed my name again, started selling bootleg DVDs, and have been a fugitive ever since. Transitioning saved my life. If I didn't start hormones when I did, I might not be here today. Gender-affirming care for someone like me was absolutely necessary if I wanted to live a healthy and fulfilling life. And now, if I wanted to live one, I could. So, let's say you were to do
What the
a
hell?
randomized control trial and deny kids some life-saving gender-affirming care. That's kind of psychological torture. And according to the data, people don't like psychological torture. So it's likely that a lot of kids would probably end up dropping out of a randomized control trial, which is why experts in trans healthcare don't design studies like this. Double-blind, randomized control trials in trans healthcare are morally dubious and practically impossible. And even Dr. Cass, the literal director of the review herself, states that randomized control trials are inappropriate and impossible in trans healthcare. So why didn't she mention this in the final report? Why isn't this highlighted more strongly? Why was the NHS allowed to make policy decisions based on the nice evidence reviews when its guidelines are based on evaluation criteria that are, in her words, inappropriate and impossible? But let's be #fair and balanced. The studies commissioned for the Cass review, to their credit, used a different, more appropriate rating system than the NICE report. Nice. Overall, these systematic reviews are good reviews and point out the fact that we need more research. Fine, more research is good. Importantly, the authors write that there's evidence to show a positive association between gender-affirming care and psychological outcomes. But that's not what gets reported by the media, right? Right-wing sources are crying that the Cass review heralds the death of gender-affirming care, that the review proves that gender-affirming care is harmful, that it's all built on shaky foundations. But that's just not true. But let's get to the meat of the issue. Why are we doing this? Surely because the public has well-meaning, nuanced, good-faith, gluten-free questions about the safety of a small group of children they've likely never interacted with, right? The Cass review is asking the real questions, like, why has the rate of trans youth exponentially increased, huh? The growth rate of trans youth cases isn't as dramatic as the report implies. Epidemiologist Gideon Meyerowitz-Katz has a fantastic analysis of the report, linked below. He graphed the UK's data on a logarithmic scale to demonstrate that the exponential increase in cases actually occurred in 2009, which suggests a statistically significant probability that the reactionary outrage leading to the Cass review is fake and gay. Yet, the Cass review uncritically runs with the outrage, humoring the ableist narrative that trans identity is somehow suspiciously linked with certain mental health conditions, or even social contagion, despite there being no high-quality evidence for these claims. Why would the review omit the fact that the increase in trans youth is on par with the increase in other LGBTQ+ identities? Why wouldn't the review mention the fact that the diagnostic understanding of gender identity changed in 2013 with the new edition of the DSM, leading to a completely unsuspicious and plausible increase in the amount of gender dysphoria-related referrals? And even
By
then...
the way, the American Psychological or Psychiatric Association wasn't even supposed to update the DSM, but they did. Specifically because of this issue.
Why does the report frame an increase in trans kids as a social problem? Why does it feel like the report problematizes trans existence? As if, in an ideal world, we should do everything in our power to prevent more trans kids from existing. Okay, so maybe there isn't an exponential explosion of trans kids, but there's still a lot more than there were before. Shouldn't we be more careful and selective about the kids who receive gender-affirming care?
Yeah.
Well, we already are. The Cass Review's data includes a sample of 3,306 kids referred to gender identity services in the UK. These are kids brought to the doctor for a variety of reasons. Perhaps they're gender non-conforming kids whose parents saw a documentary about trans kids and thought it warranted further questioning. Perhaps they're kids who ever since they could talk, insisted that they're a different gender than the one assigned to them at birth. There's a wide range of people referred to gender services. Not all of them need gender-affirming care, and that's fine. We go to the doctors when we feel like there might be a problem, and then they refer us out to someone else. Right? Not all of these kids were given blockers and hormones right away. Of the 3,000 or so kids referred to gender identity services, only 22% of them ended up seeking out medical treatment. But there's a lot more to this number. From their referral to gender identity services, the median number of appointments that kids underwent before even being referred to endocrinology, or the hormone doctor, was 6 appointments. And keep in mind, the waiting list for an initial consultation for gender identity services is years. That's just for the first appointment to even be referred for the medical treatment in the first place. And after years on the waiting list, after several appointments with weeks or months in between them, the waiting list for the endocrinologist can last weeks or months. And even then, there's no guarantee that the endocrinologist prescribes medication on the first visit. So you're telling me that the exponential explosion in trans kids isn't really happening the way people think it is?
Yep.
That the evidence for the social contagion hypothesis doesn't exist? And that kids actually have to wait years on a waiting list to even start their transition? It seems like the cast...
Wait. You're telling me this kid is saying that the explosion in genderqueer kids is totally real, pinky swear, trust me, bro? Because there's a number of appointments? No, bro. That's actually proof that it's a social contagion. That's proof that there is a mind virus that has taken over people's minds, that has convinced them that they are genderqueer and gender non-binary when they're not. And they're so committed to this falsehood because they've been sucked into a cult that they will wait weeks or months or years on a waiting list to enact their little cult fantasies.
This review has all the material to address the concerns of anti-transition critics, but Cass fails to put it all together. Why isn't this a key takeaway of the report? Why isn't this a main point mentioned in the conclusion? But nice to know you have our backs, Doctor. So, are these puberty blockers and gender fluids even safe? Well, all medicine has side effects and potential negative outcomes. Even the water is turning the frogs gay. Gender-affirming care isn't so different. When I was speaking to an endocrinologist at age 15 about the possibility of going on puberty blockers, she told me that there was evidence to show that puberty blockers may negatively impact bone density. We had a conversation about the pros and cons of going on blockers, about the fact that I was pretty much done with puberty at that point, about how puberty blockers probably wouldn't do much, and that once I was eligible for testosterone, it would probably take care of a lot of the dysphoria anyways. After this conversation, I didn't end up going on puberty blockers. This is what gender-affirming care should, and often does, look like. Conversations, thoughts, and informed decisions.
Is this person a boy or a girl? I'm very confused. Because they have, like, the queer mullet, but their voice sounds like a boy. They don't have boobs, but they look like they're trying to be a girl with the hair. So Kev is saying female to male, and Kev is trans, so Kev would know. But no, actually, I think everyone's saying girl to boy. Okay, girl to boy. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay, fine. Well, we got to trust the experts.
And it's true, as my endocrinologist said, puberty blockers are associated with twinkie gay bones. But even then, these issues tend to be resolved once children either stop the blockers and undergo the biological puberty of their natal sex, or if they begin taking gender-affirming hormones. Here's the thing, though. Clinicians have been prescribing puberty blockers to cisgender kids since the early 90s as a treatment for early puberty. One of the key reasons that clinicians offer puberty blockers to cisgender kids is because of the negative mental health impacts associated with the social stigma of early development. Similar to
said it
trans
at the
kids,
beginning.
cisgender
I'm
kids
drinking.
use puberty blockers to alleviate the mental distress
Cheers.
associated with undergoing a puberty that doesn't feel quite right. But no one cared about adverse outcomes until puberty blockers were being given to trans kids. So why do people care about a 30-year-old drug now? We'd like to believe that most medicine is based on firm, rigorous science. But not every treatment has 20 years of double-blind randomized control trials behind it. Some research finds that only 10% of all medical treatments are based on high-quality evidence. So why do we uniquely scrutinize and single out research on trans kids, especially since we know it's a much smaller and therefore difficult population to study? I think you know why. There's a lot of things to criticize about the cast review, but there's one thing that seems to be particularly exemplary. Trans people were deliberately excluded from joining key oversight teams for fear of introducing bias. Well, that's perfectly reasonable because, as you know, cisgender people are notoriously unbiased when it comes to trans healthcare. Now, I understand the logic here. I really do. I totally disagree with it, but I understand that trans people are likely to have a personal investment when researching this issue, and for some reason caring about things is icky. But to not include a single trans person, or a trans healthcare expert at least, on these key oversight teams, to not include those who can provide informed pushback or provide a critical lens, is not to exclude bias, but to trade one bias for another.
Oh.
Dr. Hilary Cass was chosen to lead the evidence review.
So this is nothing about us without us, which is that trans and queer activists think that literally no one should study trans and queer unless they have a trans and queer activist on their research team, and they'll say nothing about us without us. Well, no, bro, you can study things from a detached perspective.
Because of her lack of expertise in trans healthcare. In what other branch of medicine do we intentionally exclude key stakeholders and experts from medical policy research?
You're not an expert just because you're trans.
This is the fundamental problem. It's not that she's some secret far-right figure or a transphobic plant. In fact, in the past few days, she's clarified that she supports youth access to puberty blockers and hormones. Yet, right-wing publications and figures are upholding the Cass review as the end of gender-affirming care as we know it. Dr. Cass was not equipped to handle this subject, good intentions or not. The review was doomed to fail. As trans people, we rarely get the chance to contribute to popular public narratives about our own lives. We're often introduced to the public by dude bros with microphones who problematize our existence. Matt Walsh is a popular right-wing commentator who runs a TikTok React channel where divorced guys listen to a grown man bully trans people for money. You may know him from prolific and incisive works like I Am a Racist. Here he is on Joe Rogan making outrageous claims about the number of people on puberty blockers.
You're talking about hormone blockers.
Yeah.
Millions of
blockers
kids have been on hormone blockers, really?
Yeah, true.
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on that, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah, that would be my guess.
Only to have Joe Rogan immediately fact check him.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
It says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big undercounting.
Less than 1,000 people a year.
Getting fact-checked by Joe Rogan is like having a gay person tell you you're a shitty driver. Hey Matt, do you know how many kids were on puberty blockers at the time the NHS banned them in March of 2024? Fewer than 100.
Million sounds great.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying there's no room for discussion. Gender-affirming care is tricky, and it requires a lot of tough conversations. I had a lot of those conversations. But let's be honest here. This isn't about protecting kids. If it was, then the Cass review wouldn't have to generate fake ones with artificial intelligence. Did they not think we would notice? When was the last time a politicized campaign to save the kids ever was? This is about something deeper. This is about the perceived threat that trans people pose to a system of oppressive gendered control that underlies all of our beliefs, institution, and traditional ways of life. Under this framework...
Like capitalism? You mean like capitalism? It's like capitalism?
Right-wing commentators turn transgender people into transgender isms, into evil abstractions that we need to debate into oblivion, as if people won't die along the way. We've all been
yeah, you're literally
convinced
dying
that
from
trans
YouTube.
kids
Yup,
are
okay.
this radical new phenomenon that progressive discourse shat out 5 minutes ago. But the phenomenon that we call trans kids actually has a nearly 100-year history. Though the terms transgender or gender dysphoria were created in the past few decades, gender-divergent children in the Western world have appeared in medical archives going back to the early 20th century. The book, Histories of the Transgender Child, documents these early cases of trans childhood. One of these people was a girl named Val. Val was born sometime in the 1920s, and though assigned male at birth, from a young age insisted on living as a girl. Val's parents, well connected with their local community, were able to convince the school to allow Val to attend as a girl. This was in the 1930s. Before we even had the word transgender, children like Val have been insisting on making their lives livable. It's a different story today. Over the past few years, a new anti-trans movement, often labeled the anti-gender movement, has provided their own alternative reading of trans people's new public visibility. The anti-gender movement claims that the transgender...
Who has labeled them the anti-gender movement? Because I just started hearing Judith Butler say this the other day. Who has labeled the right the anti-gender movement? The irony of ironies is that the people who are calling the right the anti-gender movement are actually the ones who want to abolish gender. This is completely Orwellian. These people, queer activists, gender activists, want to abolish gender. And they're calling the opponents of abolishing gender the anti-gender movement.
Gender craze is the product of a new insidious ideology pushed by queer theorists and online pronoun terrorists.
True.
Trans people have captured the reactionary imagination despite making up less than 1% of the world's population. In 2023, legislatures across the United States introduced 185 bills targeting gender-affirming care. Guess how many bills there were just 5 years earlier in 2018? 2. Donald Trump, who in 2016 said that trans woman Caitlyn Jenner was welcome to use any bathroom she pleases in the Trump Tower, said just a year ago,
"We're going to defeat the cult of gender ideology and reaffirm that God created two genders."
Pope Francis called gender ideology today's worst danger. Which is weird considering that most trans people I know can't even order extra water at a restaurant.
Oh,
but
please.
What the hell is gender ideology?
Really?
What idea could be so dangerous as to mobilize the world's most prominent political and religious figures against it? Welcome to your mandatory diversity training.
Ooh.
So, what is gender ideology?
Yeah.
Well, it isn't all that clear, but from what I've gathered in reading conservative discussions about it...
Gender ideology is the belief that we should abolish all gender. See, conservatives are totally going to fuck this up because conservatives are going to go, "You're groomers, you're sexualizing children." That's what conservatives would say, which is why conservatives always lose to these people. Gender ideology is the belief that we should abolish the gender binary. That's what gender ideology is. The belief that we should abolish the gender binary, which means men and women, and create a world in which people can be whatever the fuck gender they want. Non-binary means no binary. Yup, gender is a tool of capitalism. That's why they want to abolish it. Exactly, Jane.
Those in the anti-gender movement describe gender ideology as the belief in a few different things. Number one, the distinction between sex as a biological description and gender as a cultural construction, also known as the sex and gender distinction. Number two, The idea that sex and gender are not binary phenomena.
Yep.
Number 3, the concept of gender identity as our internal and essential sense of gender. And number 4, the idea that one can have a gender identity that does not match one's sex assigned at birth. Now, if you're a progressive, you might find yourself nervously nodding along. And to that I say, buddy, hey, maybe you should relax. It's a little unnerving. And if you're a conservative, you might find yourself recoiling at the very suggestion. Both of you, settle down, because you know what? I don't agree with this conception of gender. Neither does queer theorist Judith Butler, even though they're often blamed for creating gender ideology in the first place. Hell, most academics in queer and trans studies probably disagree with this framework. So what gives? Was it all a Tumblr psyop? First of all, I think this whole thing is a simplistic...
It literally was a Tumblr psyop. And by the way, guys, we need to try to go back and find Tumblr archives at some point. We're already building out our massive zine archive. We have an amazing zine archive in the Red Menace Collective Discord. The problem is the zines started dying out as Tumblr started rising. So we need to figure out a way at some point to go back and archive all of the Tumblr shit, because I'm going to bet you that zines transitioned to Tumblr.
Even incoherent way to think about gender. I mean, how can you be born with an internal and essential sense of gender despite it being a social construct? I don't know if that's reconcilable.
It's not.
And you know what? I don't think sex and gender are as distinct as mainstream liberal discourses claim them to be. What people don't understand is that you can be against this simplistic framework and still believe that
Yeah, I mean, I understand this is a challenge, but I bet you there's a lot of this stuff on archive.org. And I bet you if we can figure out an entry point, we can find our way back to it. But I'm acknowledging this is a problem. I'm not saying this is, like, unimportant. But I'm just saying, like, if we can find these things, we probably should.
trans people exist and deserve rights. In fact, to create better, more honest discourses about trans rights, we need to understand sex and gender in a different way. The current language we have around gender identity is painfully inadequate, and even then, it just doesn't even work as a political strategy. Gender ideology canceled. According to recent survey data, when Americans were asked whether or not
Hang on. Sonny, I think you're new here. What we do is we listen to the left without debunking them. So I understand that the left is saying crazy things. However, debunking them doesn't actually accomplish anything. Debunking them doesn't convince them. Debunking them doesn't deprogram anyone from their cult. You're just talking to hear yourself talk here. So my recommendation is that you listen to understand them. Because their ideas are currently winning. More people believe their ideas than believe your ideas, and no amount of saying your ideas in the chat is going to change that. So what needs to happen is that you need to listen to them to understand their argument so that you can teach other people what their argument is. Their argument is that gender is a social construct that was created by capitalism, and the only way to achieve gender equity is to abolish gender entirely, and that's literally all that matters.
they supported basic discrimination protections for trans people, most said yes. But the same research showed that most Americans also believe that an individual's gender is determined by the sex they were assigned at birth. Americans canceled. In a confusing twist, Americans support trans people in practice, just not in theory. Another interesting fact. When you ask Americans what has influenced their views on gender the most, the top response is what they learned from science. Let's break that down. Whether or not respondents claim that someone's gender is always determined by their sex assigned at birth, or that someone's gender can be different from their sex at birth, the top justification for respondents' beliefs...
Hey, Sonny, do you know what the definition of capitalism is? Do you know how the left defines capitalism? Do you know how the left defines capitalism? We'll wait for your answer. This is a yes or no answer. If you know the answer, please tell us in the chat. Saying they're an evil cult doesn't actually accomplish anything. It doesn't convince anyone. You're not wrong that they're a cult. I literally called my show The Cult for a reason. But now is the time to listen and learn. So do you know how the left defines capitalism or don't you? And do you understand why that's important? We're waiting for your answer in the chat, Sonny. We've stopped the entire stream just for you. Stream will not continue until Sonny answers the question. Do you understand what the left means when they say capitalism? Yes or no? No, 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 no. You're going off the fucking rails, and this is not right. This is, Sonny, this is what we call conservative bullshit talking points. You are shilling a conservative narrative that is not real. We need you to either hinge back into reality, or we need you to run along and go find the other conservatives that are going to speak your talking points, and you can all be very happy that you're speaking your talking points together, even though you don't understand anything. So, the question is, Sonny, what is the left's definition of capitalism? The next thing you're going to say in my chat is going to be either that you understand what the left's definition of capitalism is, or you don't know. And if you say anything other than that, you're getting banned for the rest of the day. No! Not correct! Not correct. Does anyone in the chat want to educate what Sonny's... does anyone on the chat want to tell Sonny what the left's position to capitalism is? You know, I appreciate you answering the question, though. I appreciate you answering the question. Guys in the chat, define the left's definition of capitalism for me, please. We're going to wait till people start defining it. Sonny, you're not going to hear this from me. You're going to hear this from other people in the chat. The left's definition of capitalism is private property ownership. Private property ownership, private property ownership. You can see it's private property ownership, private property ownership, private property ownership, private property ownership. The reason that we say this is that we spend all of our time listening to the left on this channel. We know what the left believes. So, Sonny, we love new people here. We love people who are excited about this content. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. What I am trying to articulate to you, though, is that there is a reality of what the left is doing that is not what the conservative talking points say. What the left is actually doing is far worse than what the conservative talking points say. So we invite you into the real world. We're inviting you to hinge into reality. We're inviting you to understand what the left actually thinks and actually believes. If you want to learn that, stick around on our channel. I will show you it, and you will never have to take my word for it because we always have video evidence of everything that's said on this channel. So welcome. You can't fight an enemy if you don't know your enemy. If you don't know what drives them, you don't know what motivates them. And we're not a conservative slop channel here because I'm not a conservative. Let's get back to it.
Was still what they learned from science. Both those who believe in trans-affirmative or non-trans-affirmative models of sex and gender feel as if their beliefs are influenced by what they learned from science. How could science be teaching two fundamentally contradictory ideas? How could...
What's private property ownership, Azurwing? I'm glad you asked. Private property ownership means the ownership of bourgeois property. That is property that you can use to create personal, privatized, individual wealth that is not available to the collective. This includes things like your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business be big or small. It also includes your parental rights, because parental rights over your children are considered to be a form of private property ownership. That is why the left is constantly attacking parental rights, why they don't want parental rights to exist. It also does include your individual liberties, according to some leftists that we have watched on this channel, but really, it is anything that you can use to amass personal privatized wealth. It does not include things like your phone or your truck or your pets or your computer or anything like that. That is considered personal property. That is not considered to be the same thing as private property. The left wants to abolish all private property ownership, and that is the definition. Thank you for asking.
Science, the supposed arbiter of truth, the final legitimate authority over nature, leave people with two completely different versions of reality. Well, because science isn't really one thing with one answer. It isn't an oracle that gives us a final yes or no.
Science
In
is
reality,
an
there
oracle?
is no one science. Science is the constantly changing and ever debated process of deciding what knowledge our society accepts as legitimate knowledge. The process of producing scientific knowledge often involves power hierarchies, excluded voices, and gaps in our understanding. That doesn't mean that scientific institutions are doomed and that nothing means anything. Just that scientific disciplines, just like all other disciplines, exist within an evolving historical context. The way science is funded, the characteristics of the people involved in science, the choice to study one thing and not the other. These components are always the sites of social conflict, and we shouldn't be afraid of that fact. Postmodern boogeyman Michel Foucault dedicated a lot of his time to writing books that Jordan Peterson didn't read, about how scientific knowledge is historically and socially.
We've read them and we've watched them. Guys, I gotta run to the little socialist room. I will be right back. I will let the video play. Let me know if I miss anything.
Constructed. Put simply, our society has underlying rule books for what we consider truth, and these rule books are often written by those at the top of society's power hierarchy. Gender is the perfect example. To demonstrate this, let's take a closer look at the history of the ideas that conservatives now label gender ideology. You know, the idea that sex and gender are different, the idea of gender identity, and so on. If these ideas didn't emerge from Judith Butler or queer theorists or Tumblrinas, then where did they actually come from? Why did these ideas appear at the moment in which they did? Who do they actually serve? If we take a step back and follow the history of the word, we actually find a history totally opposed to trans people's rights. We find a history totally opposed to the idea of non-binary gender fluidity. We find that the concept of gender was actually created to reinforce the rigid gender roles that conservatives claim it challenges. Let's start with sex. Society wants us to believe that the biological categories of male and female are transhistorical, universal, and stable. But the story is far more complicated. Now, while there is a well-documented...
I left at the worst time? What did I miss? Do I need to rewind? You guys just watched it. Okay. Fine, I'll rewind, I'll watch it. Fine, okay, gender... Okay, again,
a lot of his time to writing books that Jordan Peterson didn't read, about how scientific knowledge is historically and socially constructed. Put simply, our society has underlying rule books for what we consider truth, and these rule books are often written by those at the top of society's power hierarchy. Gender is the perfect example.
Yep.
To demonstrate this, let's take a closer look at the history of the ideas that conservatives now label gender ideology.
Okay.
You know, the idea that sex and gender are different, the idea of gender identity, and so on. If these ideas didn't emerge from Judith Butler or queer theorists or Tumblrinas, then where did they actually come from?
Punk.
Why did these ideas appear at the moment in which they did?
Punk.
Who do they actually serve? If we take a step back and follow the history of the word, we actually find a history totally opposed to trans people's rights. We find a history totally opposed to the idea of non-binary gender fluidity. We find that the concept of gender was actually created to reinforce the rigid gender roles that conservatives claim it challenges.
Okay.
Let's start with sex. Society wants us to believe that the biological categories of male and female are transhistorical, universal, and stable.
Yes.
But the story is far more complicated. Now, while there is a well-documented history of non-binary gender categories in many cultures, since the beginning of recorded history, most cultures seem to recognize, generally, two gendered categories: the male and female, the masculine and feminine, men and women. But what does that mean exactly? Because these weren't always biological categories. Biology, the modern discipline we know today as biology, didn't exist. Now I get what you might be thinking. Penis and vagina, that's as biological as it gets. Case closed.
Yeah.
But these weren't always biological objects.
Really?
The body was not always viewed and therefore treated as a biological object. Biology is a modern discipline that carries with it a modern lens. The concept of biological, as we understand it today, didn't exist in antiquity. Biology is a 19th century invention born out of a particular pattern of thought.
Historians want to write history.
Is this person arguing that biology is a social construct and that the social construct of biological sex didn't exist until biology as a social construct, not as a science, as a social construct created biological sex? I don't know who needs to hear this, but just because the actual profession, or I guess academic area of biology may not have been named until a certain point, that doesn't mean that biological truth isn't real. It just means it wasn't called biology until after they created the field of biology to study the phenomenon of biology. That does not mean the phenomenon of biology was socially constructed. It just means they didn't have a word for it until after they created the profession to study it. Sam is saying this so much better than me. It's not as though the sun orbited the Earth until astronomy was created. Nothing changed just because the profession of astronomy was created. The Earth always orbited the sun. And it's the same thing here. Biological sex always existed. Just because you didn't have a specific profession to study it doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Histories of biology in the 18th century, but they do not realize that biology did not exist then, and that the pattern of knowledge that has been familiar to us for 150 years is not valid for a previous period.
This isn't to say that there weren't plant dudes studying plants.
Oh yeah?
There were, and anatomy has existed as long as the Greeks were taking it up the ass. When Foucault says that biology did not exist, he's saying that the modern biological sciences require a contemporary way of viewing the world. In order to do biology, you have to be able to think in terms of abstract notions like life, systems, and function. But this pattern of thought wasn't really common until the 19th century. First, we have to understand that knowledge creation isn't a straightforward thing. There's rules for admission, but these rules aren't written anywhere. They are underlying cultural understandings that change over time. Our society and culture has rules that determine what gets to be added to the official knowledge pile. Not only do these rules concern who gets to produce knowledge, but what actually counts as legitimate knowledge. And over time, these rules change drastically, even fundamentally. Let's take a famous example from Foucault's book, The Order of Things. Pretend you're a horse girl. Horses are your life. You're in so deep that you're reading pre-19th century texts about the natural history of horses. Horse girl, what would you expect to find in an official and respectable book about the natural properties of horses? As you peruse these equestrian natural histories,
you start to notice something. You
Horse
start to
girl?
notice that in books written before the 17th century or the medieval period, books about the nature of horses contain what you expect. Observations about horse features, drawings of its organs, horse diets, but there's also a wealth of other information. Fables including horses, poems written about horses, horse tropes and folklore. Basically, everything that falls under the symbolic universe of horse is a part of its official, objective, natural knowledge. But then you notice that in books written after the 17th century, or in the classical period, the natural history of horses omits these fables and poems. Books from the classical period only tell you observable facts about the horse. Why? Because between the medieval and classical period, the rules for creating knowledge changed. In the medieval period, the job of science was to repeat what had been said about an object, while in the classical period, the job of science was to directly observe and precisely describe what one can see about an object.
Yeah.
The medieval form of knowledge production recognized words and symbols as a part of the object of study and as a crucial part of its history. But then, in the classical period, these words and symbols became re-understood as mere representations.
Wait. Is this person's argument that we should go back to, like, symbology when it comes to science? Yeah. We went from making shit up to stating reality. Or making shit up and pretending that's reality because it's a symbol of something and it's someone's lived experience of something.
Of the physical plane. Was natural historian Conradi Gessner a stupid, smooth-brained idiot for including folklore and fables in his 16th century masterpiece, the Historia Animalium? In my personal opinion,
well, if
no.
he was talking about unicorns, that to me seems to be a unicorn. So yes, if this person was talking about unicorns, then I think that was made up. I don't think that was real. Unicorns are not real. Unicorns are mythical. They're not real. It doesn't matter what your opinion of the unicorn is. It's not real.
Century masterpiece, the Historia Animalium? In my personal opinion, no. I love it. It's cute. It's camp. Compare that to a natural history from the classical period, like John Johnston's ridiculously overpriced and overhyped Historia Naturalis de Quadrupedibus.
$2,800.
It omits all the symbols and literary flair. It's dead. It's dry. And the information isn't even that much better than Al Giovanni's Renaissance-era hit Historia Naturalis, which does include the cute little stories. Did the rules for knowledge production actually improve from the medieval to the classical age? Well, not really. You could even say that natural history lost a lot of valuable information. Even if the actual collected facts became more accurate over time, the method of organizing and understanding these facts changed in ways that were neither better nor worse than what preceded them. The classical period didn't get better or worse at creating knowledge. The rules just changed, for a mess of sociological and historical reasons. Knowledge is not an objective and linear pursuit of truth, but a contingent, changing, and socially negotiated process. So let's go back to biology. Where did biology come from? What were the historical conditions that allowed biology to exist in the first place? We can trace the origins of modern Western biology to what I've been previously mentioning, natural history. Natural history has existed as long as Romans were taking it up the ass. Natural history started out studying what you're probably thinking of as nature. Plants, birds, rocks, dirt, and what is generally not made by humans. But when these neurodivergent plant dudes were making their little books about nature in the 18th century, their concept of life, or living object, held a different weight than it does today. Back in the day, natural historians considered the category of living thing as just another characteristic in a list of descriptions, another observation to be made. But suddenly, there was a conceptual shift. In the 19th century, a society transitioned from the classical to the modern period, As society industrialized and capitalism became the ruling social feeling, people began to understand the world in a different...
Ding, 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 ding. Did we say capitalism? Capitalism became the ruling social feeling. Everyone drink. Happy Friday, capitalism.
Transition from the classical to the modern period. As society industrialized and capitalism became the ruling social feeling, people began to understand the world in a different way. The modern lens saw the world in terms of systems, functions, hierarchies, and instruments. And when it turned that lens onto living beings, it birthed the modern concept of life, and with it, the study of life, biology. The 17th century natural historian understood...
He literally just argued that capitalism created biology. I'm sorry, they, them, she, her. I don't know what this person's gender is. They, them, we'll just say they, them to be safe. They, them just argued that capitalism created biology. Biology is a social construct created by capitalism. I know. I know. I know. I know. Again, one more time, just so people can hear.
19th century, as society transitioned from the classical to the modern period, as society industrialized and capitalism became the ruling social feeling, people began to understand the world in a different way. The modern lens saw the world in terms of systems, functions, hierarchies, and instruments. And when it turned that lens onto living beings, it birthed the modern concept of life, and with it, the study of life, biology. The 17th century natural historian understood aliveness as one of many characteristics, one possible effect of matter among many. But
aliveness? Aliveness is a construct of capitalism? Aliveness. Aliveness. 17th century natural historian understood aliveness
biology. The 17th century natural historian understood aliveness as one of many characteristics, one possible effect of matter among many. But the modern biologist understood life as a functional system, an organic structure. Life was no longer just an effect or a characteristic. It became the object of study. Life became a transcendental idea underlying the movement of all organic living beings. Life gave living objects a meaning, a purpose, a direction, a plan. The idea of life as a functional system and the accompanying discipline of biology fundamentally altered how we understand living beings. Here's another example from Foucault to illustrate this. Under the classical system of taxonomy, a fish's gill and a human's lung have no relation to one another. The classical natural historian would study gills and lungs and say, they don't have the same form, size, or shape. These things aren't observationally similar, so they aren't really related. But in the modern period, the biologist, who understands life as system and function, would argue that the gill and lung perform a similar role. The gill and lung both function in the system of respiration. But that functional role isn't a similarity that you can...
Hang on, we'll go back to our trans science lesson in a second. Rottweiler in with the super chat, wow, I'm late, and when I arrive, we're deep down into postmodernist BS. God, how much I despise queer academics. Oh, Rottweiler, you've missed a banner episode, I have to tell you that. Welcome back.
Directly observe with your eyes. This is a similarity that requires a type of framework of understanding of what life is and does as an organic system. This framework is what makes biology possible. Much of our lives are governed by these invisible relationships and patterns of thought. That doesn't mean that these aren't real and powerful relationships, but they're not inherent and universal. The frameworks we use to understand the world are given to us by language and culture. Consider this important cultural image from the American sitcom The Simpsons. Sneeds feed and seed, formerly Chucks. Do you get it? It's a joke. Sneed's feed and seed establishes a rhyme scheme in which all of the titular words end with "ed." As the viewer notices this pattern, they notice the formerly Chucks at the bottom of the sign. The viewer is then forced to conduct the replacement in their head while considering the pre-established pattern of rhyme. If the place was once Chucks and we reapply the established rhyme scheme, then the business's former name must have conformed to an uck rhyme pattern. This place was once Chucks fucking suck. Gold. But this pattern is invisible. This coherence is built on layers and layers of stuff. It is a Taco Bell 7-layer burrito, deceptively advertised to contain 7 independent layers.
And we're not commenting on this. No. We're gonna have a day without the Jews. Obviously, there is no anti-Semitism allowed on this channel. It's not my fault The Simpsons did what they did. I didn't create that shit.
Layers of individual flavors: tomatoes, refried beans, seasoned rice, 3-cheese blends, low-fat sour cream, guacamole, and lettuce. But when you take a bite, these 7 layers lose their individual identity. It all mashes together to form the distinct taste of a 7-layer burrito, a flavor profile with its own depth, its own history and associations. You've made memories with this burrito as a burrito. You've built a life with it. It's tangy, it's goopy, it's real. We only understand this joke because we are cultural.
God damn. Now I want Taco Bell. I don't even like Taco Bell. There are so many better restaurants around here than Taco Bell. I obviously will have to go back to the beginning. What a moment to come in on. Oh, we watched Sally Jesse at the beginning. It was great. God damn. You're getting Chipotle? I don't even have a Chipotle near me. I have a Qdoba near me. I want a burrito. My burritos are way better than Qdoba. I make the best burritos of all time, but I don't have the ingredients to make my burritos. It's a tragedy.
Culturally primed to understand humor, rhyme, and sitcom gags. I don't read storefront signs in the show Queer Eye. 1, because I don't watch terrible shows, and 2, because I don't expect there to be a visual gag in Queer Eye. When I watch The Simpsons, I know to read the signs. There's always a joke in them. But why do I know? Though I see a storefront in Queer Eye with the same eyes, though I am physically taking in an equal amount of visual information, when I watch The Simpsons versus when I am watching Queer Eye, I am not seeing in the same way. When I read this visual gag, I come with a knowledge of the conventions of language, with the ability to make certain assumptions and not others. I am reading in a different way. There's no inherent reason someone couldn't walk away from this gag, assuming that it was formerly Chuck's feed and seed. But there is a whole infrastructure of language, culture, and social conventions that allow us to see and read that Chuck f***ed and s***ed. When the means of knowledge production shifted in the 19th century, it forced humans to see and read nature in a different way. People read and saw and understood in fundamentally different ways. The anthropomorphic gaze towards nature shifted. Humans began to study nature as if it had a direction, order, function, system, ultimately seeking purpose. So, what happens when we assume that nature has a purpose? Well, for one, it allows us to understand the world in a different way. Darwin's theory of evolution is one spectacular illustration of biological thinking. He kinda ate with those finches. This goes hard. But it gets a little trickier when we apply this whole idea of function to human beings. Not in the sense of understanding respiration or the cardiovascular system, but in terms of humanness itself. We begin to put humans into boxes. We begin to impose mechanistic purposes that, under the label biological science, feels objective and inflexible. When we apply biological thinking to human beings, we start to project our cultural ideas onto the human body. We take invisible abstractions like function and...
When we apply biological thinking, capitalist thinking, biological thinking to the human body, we take we start to like make assumptions about how the human body functions.
Combine them with our own cultural assumptions to give those assumptions the scientific mark of approval. But biological function, organic systems, scientific legitimacy, those are all just ideas. They're ideas that can be used in the service of creative, liberating theories or repressive regimes. Unfortunately, in the past 200 years or so, humans have tended towards the repressive stuff. The biological study of sex hasn't been any different. For much of human history, our understanding of gender was governed by men with a lot of time on their hands. In ancient Greece, Aristotle believed that men and women were fundamentally divided by temperature, that men were hot and that women were cold and evil or something. Whichever guy wrote the Bible said that God created man and then woman out of man's rib, and that this prototypical woman betrayed everything and was evil or something. Coincidentally, all these men came to the conclusion that women were bad and that men were really cool and smart, ultimately establishing a fundamental division between men and women. It's beyond the observation that there are penises and vaginas.
Western culture has divided humanity into two coherent groups with two inherent and opposing spiritual essences, one that underlies the logic of difference itself, the metaphor to end and begin all metaphors, the reference point of all opposition, a binary structuring pattern that would attach itself to all of human history forever.
That probably didn't have any cultural ramifications, though.
Oh
so there were some cultural ramifications. There's no time to go over the history of the...
There are cultural ramifications of binary gender, you don't say. Was it created by capitalism, bro?
Patriarchy and the gender binary, but let's just say that by the 19th century, people were pretty bought into the binary.
There it is. It's the patriarchy and the gender binary.
History forever.
That probably didn't have any cultural ramifications, though. So there were some cultural ramifications. There's no time to go over the history of the patriarchy and the gender binary, but let's just say that by the 19th century...
Let's just say that leftists believe that capitalism created the gender binary, which means men and women. This is because the capitalism put men in the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money. Women stayed in the home where they did the unpaid labor, raised the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. This is a gender hierarchy where men are in the workplace, they're on top, women are in the home doing unpaid labor, they're on the bottom. The hierarchy is called the patriarchy. So capitalism created men and women, formed it into a hierarchy. That hierarchy is the patriarchy. That's what we're talking about.
People were pretty bought into the binary opposition between men and women.
Yeah.
And also that women sucked.
Yeah, they do.
For much of Western history up until this point, the church was the final authority over society's sexual discourses, and they were team #only2genders. But after the Enlightenment, and especially in the late 19th century, the church's authority over cultural institutions began to slip away. Yet the model of binary sex still remained a core part of culture.
Oh, I wonder
Just that
why.
people began to understand binary sex in a different way.
No.
With the rise of
made shit up.
capitalism in the 19th century, institutional power shifted towards the hands.
There it is again. Oh, wait for it.
With the rise of capitalism in the 19th century, institutional power shifted towards the hands of industry and governance. The church lost its death grip on culture, leaving it in the hands of capitalists and state authority. Society's central cultural core transformed from Jesus stuff to profit and productivity,
You don't
function,
say.
system, plan, direction. As capitalism became the dominant political and economic form of organization, these ideas became central to cultural life, and even to life itself.
You mean capitalism
in the
created
form
gender?
of biology.
I know.
It isn't a coincidence that the creation of capitalism coincided with the creation of the biological sciences. The two fit together perfectly. Capitalism at the level of both governance and industrial expansion required bodily control, the non-sexy kind. Capitalists and nation states, to maximize productivity and governance, wanted to understand how the human body worked, how it could be standardized and instrumentally controlled to work in the service of profit and power. So in the 19th century, governments and capitalists turned to new scientific disciplines for an answer. Sociology, psychology, biology, economics, among others. Alongside powerful political and economic institutions, these new scientific disciplines produced knowledge with the aim of understanding and controlling populations in the service of powerful interests. Now, when I'm explaining describing these concepts, I'm personifying concepts like capitalism and the state to convey the process of historical change. But in doing that, I run the risk of making it sound like there was an exceptionally evil plot to take over the world, which isn't exactly how people work. There isn't one evil guy. Historical
Hang on. Suzanne sent in a super chat. We need to start doing this. You know, Suzanne, we actually used to have bingo cards. Bingo cards, Unwoke Bingo was before Suzanne's time. Maybe we need to bring back the bingo cards. I would definitely need to do an update for the Socialism Saturday bingo card. I think that the bingo card would be much better now. But maybe we should bring back the bingo cards, Suzanne. We used to have a contest. There was one day where we got blackout bingo.
change is messy. The
reason I got rid of bingo cards is I felt like people were focusing too much on playing bingo and too little on listening. And so I punished everyone by getting rid of the bingo cards. But maybe I'll bring it back. I'm feeling benevolent lately. So we'll see. Yup. Everyone got in trouble. It's true. Everyone got in trouble and bingo got taken away.
There's a bunch of people in wagons and shit. If I had to ride a wagon, I'd also turn into an evil capitalist. The point is, capitalism started capitalisming. Industry started industrializing, and governments started governing in new ways, and all these different sectors of society needed new forms of knowledge in order to do that. Society was changing rapidly, and different interest groups wanted to study that change and use it to build their version of a new world. People wanted to investigate things like how to best discipline students, or how to arrange a factory floor in the most efficient way. These research agendas assumed that hierarchy and economic productivity were good things because capitalism needs hierarchy and economic productivity to produce results. There was a new collective atmosphere, a cultural shift towards system, function, and purpose. A part of this cultural shift was a drive to understand the rational and material function of the human body. After all, if we can't find human purpose in Jesus stuff, then let's at least try to figure out what the fuck a pancreas is, right? For profit. And who was tasked with discovering the human form's finite truth and function? Biology. So of course, with this new cool conceptual lens, people wanted to understand this wacky little thing called sex. Males and females, men and women, all in terms of system, function, and purpose. As biologists began to study sex, they expected to find some kind of final essence, some fundamental distinguishing characteristic that would finally explain all of the assumed differences between men and women, the masculine and feminine, the metaphor to end all metaphors, the logic of difference itself. But instead, they found something else. Late 19th century biologists, as they began to study life in all of its forms, came to understand sex in a different way. In studying various species of animals, biologists discovered that sex wasn't a simple binary division symbolically contained in a genital.
Oh, wow.
Sex was a complex system of hormones and internal bodily communication all intertwined with other functional systems. Biologists found that many species were naturally intersexual, or at least that most life forms carried diverse sexual potentials. And they eventually came to find that humans weren't so different. Thanks to these new scientific observations and possibly their crippling cocaine addictions, 19th century biologists concluded that the truth of sex no longer originated in the spirit or in one single organ, but a flexible bodily network. Even Charles Darwin came to appreciate this idea in his study of birds, as he stated,
"In every female, all the secondary male characters, and in every male, all the secondary female characters, apparently exist in a latent state, ready to be evolved under certain conditions. We see something of an analogous nature in the human species."
Biologists began to understand the body, and therefore sex, not as a fixed state, but as a flexible hormonal system. Our bodies, when exposed to different hormones and environments, are actually quite flexible and adaptable. Our bodies are themselves complex environments that are not 100% pink or blue. There is a system of communication within us all, wired to carry different potentials, ready to be unlocked and transformed dramatically. After I took testosterone, I underwent a radical transformation from a smooth, noodly child into a hairy manlet. Hormones are powerful. 19th century biologists came to similar conclusions.
Absolute masculinity or absolute femininity in any individual represents an imaginary ideal. A 100% man is as non-existent as a 100% woman.
For a moment, it seemed as if bodily understanding could have moved in a radically liberating direction. But the way these new biologists came to understand the function of sex butted heads with centuries-old understandings of male and femaleness as fundamentally separate. Scientific institutions didn't want to make room for new understandings, and instead found ways to make their scientific research fit within a pre-existing paradigm.
Did they just quote Jules Gill Peterson and I missed it? Because I was fucking around on Twitter. Was that a quote of Jules Gill Peterson? Sorry, gotta go back. Yo! Jules Gill Peterson, socialist history professor at Johns Hopkins University. Jules Gill Peterson, who told a room full of college students to do DIY hormones.
Percent woman.
For a moment, it seemed as if bodily understanding could have moved in a radically liberating direction. But the way these new biologists came to understand the function of sex butted heads with centuries-old understandings of male and femaleness as fundamentally separate. Scientific institutions didn't want to make room for new understandings, and instead found ways to make their scientific research fit within a pre-existing paradigm. What follows in the history of biology will allow us to answer our initial question. What happens when we assume that nature has a purpose? And what happens when new discoveries challenge our previous theories of nature's purpose? What are the consequences of modernist tropes like function, system, and instrumentality? Let's find out. World War I put a temporary pause on the fun of discovering the complexities of biological sex. But after that whole mess, the 1920s started to roar, and social reform movements rejuvenated people's interest in the study of sex, but in a more racist way. Famously rich person John D. Rockefeller Jr. was one of these social reformers concerned with the state of societal ills, but again in a racist way. He decided to fund a new organization called the Bureau of Social Hygiene, whose goal was the study, amelioration, and prevention of those social conditions, crimes, and diseases which adversely affect the well-being of society, with special reference to prostitution and the evils associated therewith. Although the Bureau of Social Hygiene wasn't an explicitly eugenicist organization, should I even finish the sentence? So yeah, John D. Rockefeller Jr. was pretty into eugenics, and so were a lot of the people associated with the Bureau. This becomes uncomfortably relevant as the organization comes to play a key role in the history of contemporary sex research. Eventually, some people within the Bureau proposed that a proper understanding of social ills required special research into human sexuality. So researchers within the Bureau founded the Committee for Research in Problems of Sex, or the CRPS. It was first envisioned as an interdisciplinary endeavor that combines psychology, anthropology, biology, endocrinology, sociology, and other interested disciplines. They saw the problem of sex as a broad and diverse...
Oh, this is so long! Do you guys want to keep going? I don't know how much more I can take. Do you guys want to keep going? 1 in the chat if you want to keep going. 2 in the chat if you're good. I'll keep going if you guys want to keep going. I really will. It's a choice between continuing with this video or ending the stream. So 1 in the chat if you would like to continue with this video. 2 in the chat if you're good. BR17. I listened to 2 of your videos on Substack. Are there other videos you recommend on your YouTube channel? Also, why do they glorify govern? They don't glorify govern. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by govern. Maybe you mean government. They don't glorify government. They glorify collectivism. If I were to recommend a video of mine to watch, because I don't recognize you, I think you're new. What I would do is I would go to my Substack, my main Substack. I have several different Substacks, so make sure you're on the right one. Carlyn, Karlyn. And what you need to do is go to How to Speak Socialist. And then do this video right here. The How to Speak Socialist crash course. And I know it's 4 hours long. You might have to do it in chunks if you're not feeling the whole thing, because sometimes when people watch shorter clips, this is the one you're going to want to watch the whole thing, but you can do it in chunks and that's fine. So that is the one that I would recommend watching, and welcome to the channel if you have not been here before. Okay, what did I say? 1 to keep going, 2 to quit. Fuck, there's... Okay, we might be quitting, actually. I think people are done. I think people might be done. Welcome, BR17. Kazmar with the $10 super sticker. I do appreciate that, Kazmar. Rottweiler, it really pisses me off how these deceptive assholes put quotes out of context and how all these academics are historians with not a single minute in the lab sequencing shit. It is so infuriating. I agree. Now you guys want to continue because you think I'm ending the stream. Okay, hang on. Let me do a poll. It's too close. We'll keep going if you guys want to keep going, but, like, I might get really drunk, okay? So just, like, if I get really drunk, nothing I say or do can be held against me. Should we keep going? Yes. No. Okay, I'm putting the poll in the chat. If we keep going, I'm going to have another beer and I might get really, really, really drunk and I can't be held responsible or blamed for anything I say. But we can also end it and that way you don't have to worry about it. I don't mind if we keep going. I'm just saying that I can't be held responsible for anything I say or do. Okay? Yo, Shamrock Shakes are so good. I love Shamrock Shakes. Fuck. 80% of you want to keep going. 80% of you want to keep going. Fuck. All right. We're going to keep going. It's fine. I'm going to drink the fudge brownie beer next. If you guys would like to send in a super chat to ease my pain, please feel free to. If you cannot send in a super chat, please make sure you like the video. Okay? All right, continuing.
Research agenda. But you know, there's always some guy who ruins the vibes and destroys everything. He's usually named Travis, but this time his name was Frank Lilly. Frank decided that the interdisciplinary approach was for Nancy boys, and that the CRPS should take a scientifically rigorous and non-biased biological approach to gender. But see, the thing is, Frank's rigorous and objective approach was as biased as one could get. Frankly, Frank was a very politically involved person, whose standards of objectivity were no less subject to social bias than any other. He, like many of his colleagues, was a strong advocate of eugenics, and believed in using
Placebo, which is my favorite band, did a song called Nancy Boy. It was their first big hit. That's what I'm singing right now. If you've never listened to Placebo, you really should, because Placebo is awesome. And their first major hit was called Nancy Boy.
Biology to create a racially, sexually, and morally pure society. Now, I'm not one of those people who believes that just because certain histories are tainted with bad people that we have to cancel entire disciplines like biology. But it's not just one weird guy.
Thanks,
a lot
Kev.
of people involved in early sex research were eugenicists, and the Bureau of Social Hygiene's research goals were inherently and inseparably aligned with eugenicist aspirations towards social purity. The aims of biological sex research in the early 20th century weren't tainted by bad intentions. They were fundamentally oppressive from the beginning. Because what happens when we assume that nature has a purpose? We create sciences that try to justify these purposes after the fact. We begin to find ways to instrumentally calculate how to achieve certain purposes.
Wait. Thanks, Jane. Appreciate you. What happens when we conclude that nature has a purpose? We construct science to study the purpose of nature. So science is a social construct of capitalism.
As a purpose. We create sciences that try to justify these purposes after the fact. We begin to find ways to instrumentally calculate how to achieve certain purposes. We begin to control human lives in the name of our socially constructed purposes, functions, and systems. With the Committee for Research in Problems of Sex ready to go, these early 20th century scientists began to search for answers to a question they already answered in their heads long ago. What was the biological truth about sex? Since the sex binary was so ingrained in cultural thought, they assumed that they would find male and femaleness as two cohesive structures of being. But similar to the 19th century biologists, and despite the 20th century's new abilities to extract hormones, these scientists and biologists didn't find what they were looking for again. They didn't find sex as one coherent thing. They found overlap, they found flexibility, they found diversity, and interlocking systems. They found that male hormones appeared in female bodies, and that female hormones appeared in male bodies. The beans from one 7-layer burrito exist in another. They found that sex hormones didn't have any inherent sexual purpose. These hormones played a variety of different roles in the brain, metabolism, bladder, and more.
Sex hormones didn't have any purpose, but they played a purpose in the brain? That doesn't make sense, bro. Suzanne, my husband calls you my internet girlfriend. Thanks for pushing through and making this crazy understandable. Well, shout out to the husband who allows you to cheat on me with Suzanne. I appreciate your husband's flexibility. You're basically polyamorous, Suzanne. You can have an affair with me. It's okay. As long as it's an internet affair.
Other medical research began to document cases of intersex people whose bodies didn't fit within these fixed binary conceptions of the body. And so science had a bit of a moment. Even that horrible Frank guy had to admit the puzzling state of things.
There is no such biological entity as sex. What exists in nature is a dimorphism into male and female individuals. Sex is not a force that produces these contrasts. It is merely a name for our total impression of the differences.
Now, of course, the physical characteristics that we label sex are real and material. There are penises and breasts, there are beards and chromosomes, but to assume a coherence between all of these objects is an intentional assumption. In the same way that the idea of life itself is an invisible category that we use because we find it conceptually useful, in the same way that our concepts of humor and rhyme.
Life is an invisible category that we use because we find it conceptually useful? I'm sorry, what?
Way that the idea of life itself is an invisible category that we use because we find it conceptually useful.
Life is a category that we use because we find it conceptually useful? Invisible means taken for granted. I hope that's what it means because they want to abolish all categories.
In the same way that our concepts of humor and rhyme lead us to Chuck's dirty talents, in the same way that the 7-layer burrito is not a flavor in itself but an idea,
Damn, I want a burrito
binary
so bad.
sex is also just a lens. The assumption of a coherent entity, a way of looking at bodies that may be useful for some scenarios and not others. The model of unchanging biological binary sex is just insufficient, and it excludes intersex people born with diverse sexual characteristics and trans people who feel a pull to other categories of being. Like, think of it this way. You're familiar with the periodic table, right? That's a lot of things, huh? The universe is such a diverse and beautiful place, huh? Well, it turns out that 98% of the elements in the universe are either hydrogen or helium. Oh shit, is the universe a binary? Is the Earth just a blue-haired non-binary affirmative action hire? Well, it's a matter of perspective.
Oh my God.
Because even if the universe is 98% hydrogen and helium, as humans, it's really the 2% of matter that matters. There's a lot of human history in that 2%. We don't view the universe as a binary because that isn't a framework that's really useful to us. We, as a society, as humans, decide which lenses and frameworks to use at a particular moment. When scientists were faced with a diversity of elements in the universe, even if most of them constitute only a tiny percent of it, scientists decided to give all of them a seat at the table. In the face of sexual diversity, what did mid-20th century scientists do in response? Did they accept the fact that perhaps binary sex categories don't need to be this essential and transhistorical thing?
Oh, wow.
Did they accept the possibility that maybe binary sex is just a framework for viewing the world that is neither inherently good nor bad, but just one framework among many? Nah. The scientific institution chose to cope. So how would the scientific institution save binary sex? Through gender.
Wow. Constructing gender.
The term gender identity is a relatively recent invention coined by Robert J. Stroller in 1964 and soon after popularized by sexologist John Money.
Why don't more people know about John Money and Alfred Kinsey?
Evidently, there are forces that don't want this information out.
What are you talking about, Matt? I learned about John Money in 2nd grade. Everyone's talking about John Money. Have you even read Preciado? Have you read Jill Peterson? Have you read Fausto Sterling? Have you even read Butler? Oh, my bad. I forgot Matt can't read.
Have I read Gil Peterson? I've seen Jules Gil Peterson talk on numerous occasions. Yeah, actually, yes.
All right, well, I'll talk about John Money. But first, gender. With the way contemporary discourse is going, you might get the impression that the concept of gender signals the destruction of binary sex categories as we know it. As the anti-gender movement argues, queer wave feminists promote gender to erase the reality of sex and promote dangerously fluid identity. But that's just not true. If we look at history, we find the exact opposite scenario. As the historian Jules Jill Peterson documents, the concept of gender actually saved the male and female binary from
the trans historian, the queer activist Jules Gil Peterson, who we have watched multiple times on this channel,
confronting the complex reality of biological sex.
Today
we think of sex as
Rottweiler's having feelings. Oh my fucking God. That's a fallacy of composition and division, a single characteristics of a part of a system. Drunk Carlin is coming out. You're going to hear Southern Carlin at any point. Don't define the entire system, or in this case, invalidate it. Sorry, I'm pissed. I am too, Rottweiler. But I'm drunk, so it makes it a little bit better.
As the firm and binary biological expression of male and female categories, and gender as the flimsy and fruity cultural expression of being a man or woman. Or at least, that's what I learned at the diversity seminar. We can thank John Money for popularizing this distinction. Here's how that happened. Back in the 1950s, after decades of confronting the complexities of biological sex, medical researchers thought that they finally had the whole sex thing under control with chromosomes, but then they discovered that some people don't have XX or XY chromosomes and that the binariness of sexual expression in the body was still pretty complex. Cases of intersex people especially forced researchers to confront the reality that not every person conforms to a sexual binary. John Money was one of these researchers, but Money couldn't accept the possibility of sexual diversity. Money couldn't accept that some people could possibly fall outside of the binary. Money advocated for a concept that could save sex from total destruction. He advocated for the term gender as a distinct entity from sex. Gender was to describe the cultural and psychological experience of the masculine and feminine. He called an individual sense of belonging to these roles gender identity. He theorized that young kids are born with flexible psychological concepts of gender that can be molded through early intervention. But contrary to what commentators like Matt claim, Money didn't create the concept of gender to advocate for free gender fluidity or to destroy Judeo-Christian Western civilization.
Wait. I'm trying so hard to bring the Southern accent out right now and I can't do it. The Southern accent comes out on its own. It doesn't come out when it's commanded. I can't do it. I can't do the fucking Southern accent right now. The first time Carlin did the Southern accent, I had a nightmare with Carlin in it that night. It was traumatizing and triggering. Well, it's not coming out right now, Reagan, so you're in luck.
In fact, Money was adamantly
It didn't
opposed to
work.
the
It
idea
didn't
that one
go.
could be a mix of genders. No, he believed in the gender binary as an ultimate goal, and he intended to use medical technology to force non-normative kids to conform to the pre-existing gendered status quo. He abused and horrifically experimented on non-normative, especially intersex children, inventing technologies of oppression to get their bodies to fit his arbitrary understanding of the sexual binary. As medical institutions at
I'm
large
knitting right now,
confronted a
Judy.
non-normative people
I'm doing picked
and
up stitches from
experiences,
the
they
from the
created
bind off.
ideologies and technologies to
already
redirect
knitting,
nonconformity.
see?
They assumed that nature would give them coherence, and when it didn't, they created that coherence at the expense of the lives they labeled incoherent. As Jill Peterson writes,
Gender was never meant to undermine sex or advance feminist projects. The concept of gender was meant to save the sex binary from imminent collapse by offering a new developmental justification for coercive and normalizing medical intervention into intersex children's bodies.
what happens when we assume that nature has a purpose? And what happens when nature seems to stray from the purposes that we assign? Violence, coercion,
Oh, yeah?
control. It's a violence that continues today. In many of the states that currently ban gender-affirming care for trans kids, so-called genital normalizing surgeries on intersex kids is still legal. Gender is not a new radical phenomenon. It is the historical residue of our investment in normative categories. As it's used in the dominant anti-queer culture, it is a framework that is used to put bodies on a path. Through the lens of gender, we've unlocked a new era of identity and our relationship to the body that may not end in the liberal dream of free-floating fluidity. Prolific trans theorist Paul B. Preciado puts it this way.
If the concept of gender has introduced a rift, the precise reason is that it represents the first self-conscious moment within the epistemology of sexual difference.
In his book, Testo Junkie, Preciado argues that the post-World War II moment is a new era of sexual identity and bodily practice. Western culture no longer views the body as a fixed and unchanging surface that contains essences of maleness or femaleness. The concept of gender gives the complex materiality of the body a direction. Binary gender works in tandem with biological technologies that colonize our bodies so that they fit dominant cultural understandings of human.
Biological gender works with technologies that colonize our bodies. Again?
Binary gender works in tandem with biological technologies that colonize our bodies so that they fit dominant cultural understandings of humanness. According to Preciado,
the body is not passive living matter, but a techno-organic interface. A techno-living system segmented and territorialized by different textual, data processing, biochemical, political technologies.
When nature could not give us purpose, doctors, scientific institutions, and the pharmaceutical industry invented it. Bodies have become walking laboratories of strict hormonal regulation. Where bodies and lives deviate from the norm, technologies fill in the gaps. But this isn't just about gender, this is about everything.
Technoscience has established its material authority by transforming the concepts of the psyche, libido, consciousness, femininity and masculinity, heterosexuality and homosexuality, intersexuality and transsexuality into tangible realities.
I need to watch a horror movie tonight or something. I need to watch a horror movie. Like, I haven't watched a horror movie in so long. After this stream is over, I'm going downstairs and I'm going to be like, Victor, we're watching a horror movie tonight and we're going to order pizza. And we're going to watch a horror movie. And it's going to be hopefully a found footage movie because I love found footage movies. And there's going to be, because this is like blowing my fucking mind right now.
They are manifest in commercial chemical substances and molecules, biotype bodies, and fungible technological goods managed by multinationals.
No!
The
No!
success-
No! 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 Laura? I'm not watching The Human Centipede. I'm not watching part 1, part 2, or part 3. No. 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 People can feel free. I don't even know what movies have come out in the last year, to be honest. Like, I have no idea what's on demand right now. I have no fucking idea. I haven't watched TV in so long. I'm going to text Victor right now in the downstairs. I'm be like, I'm coming down and we're watching a movie later, and you're just going to have to deal with this.
Of contemporary technoscience
Texting him right
consists
now.
in transforming our depression into Prozac, our masculinity into testosterone, our fertility/sterility into the pill.
Gender and sex exemplify this change. With the mid-century sexual revolution, the public gaze turned on the body. As cultural industries mass-produced images of ideal male and female bodies, new surgeries became available so that one could match a normative ideal. If someone falls outside the binary of established male and female function, you could prescribe that function in a pill, in a diet, in a food product. With mass culture came mass gender, a mass technological effort of bodily production that turned gender into a biological drag performance. Society no longer regulates the body from the outside.
Fuck?
Society enters.
Gender turned the body into a biological drag performance.
Of bodily production that turned gender into a biological drag performance. Society no longer regulates the body from the outside. Society enters the body itself as a biotechnical
I do.
prosthesis.
Almost all
but
of them.
why
Not the
is the
Mexican
change
one,
of sex
but
the
all the
limit
rest.
line?
Yes,
Why
I
does
like
the
them.
institution freely allow people to surgically alter every part of their body, but the second they want to alter their genitals or their sex...
You know what? You know what, Laura? If I want to watch a movie about cannibalism, I'm going to watch Cannibal Holocaust. Cannibal Holocaust, or as an alternative, the homage to Cannibal Holocaust, which is The Green Inferno. The Green Inferno is a fucking awesome movie. The Cannibal Holocaust is also an awesome movie. Deeply disturbing, both of them. But if I'm going to go with teenage girls and cannibalism, it's going to be Cannibal Holocaust and or The Green Inferno. Maybe I'll watch both tonight in a row. I know, right? Mm-hmm.
hormones. They have to talk to therapists. They're told that they have some condition. Why do we criminalize trans kids on puberty blockers, but encourage doctors to alter intersex babies' bodies against their will? Why can a man so easily get a prescription for testosterone if he claims low T, but someone assigned female must cross barrier after barrier? If these institutions have constructed gender, is there a way to deconstruct it? So, if the sex and gender distinction doesn't come from nutty left-wing gender theorists, then what do these nutty left-wing gender theorists actually have to say? Well, what we've been hearing for a while, that gender is a social construct, but what exactly does that mean?
Imagine for a moment that we live in a world where everyone and everything exists in a floating 2D space. Now imagine that we live in a world that defines humanness in terms of triangleness. In this world, to be a perfect human is to be a perfect equilateral triangle with 3 equal sides and sharp 60-degree angles. Also in this world, humans have invented the concept of triangularity, which, in their world, is the quality of approximating the perfect triangle. But similar to the real world, not everyone in our little 2D world is perfect. While many, even most people, approximate this perfect triangleness in some way, no one is born with perfect sharp 60-degree edges. No one's sides are exactly equilateral or straight. Some people's sides are a bit on the long side, some on the flat side. And though everyone thinks of themselves in terms of triangularity, though everyone measures their place in the world with reference to the perfect triangular idea, the amount of people who actually match this ideal perfect triangle being are a tiny percentage of the population. Now, some of the less triangular among us might say something like, hey, I think that triangularity is a social construct. And those who more closely match the perfect triangle might say, how the hell is triangularity a social construct? God made us in his perfect triangular image, the Holy Trinity, 3 sides and 3 angles. And that person, in a way, might be kind of right. A lot of people do approximately look like the perfect triangle. But to say that triangles are a social construct is not to deny the reality of people's bodies.
Who the fuck draws a triangle like this? No one draws a triangle with round sides. Has anyone ever drawn a triangle like this in their lives?
Nor is it to say that the concept of triangularity doesn't exist, or that triangularity doesn't affect the world, or that triangularity is a totally arbitrary distinction that comes from nowhere. Instead, when the less triangular among us say that triangularity is a social construct, they are saying that the perfect triangle is a category that humans invented. The perfect triangle is an image, an idea. It is the symbolic referent that allows us to make claims of coherence, difference, and similarity. The transcendent symbol that allows one to say, look, we all basically have 3 sides and 3 angles. Triangularity is just a part of nature. But we have to question, why do we even have the concept of a side? Why do we even measure angles in the first place? Did we discover the perfect triangle in nature, or did we...
Why do we even bother to measure angles? Why is engineering a thing? Why is engineering even real? Why do we even bother to build buildings? Why do we even bother to build bridges? Is anything even real? Yeah, it sounds Gnostic. What even is a triangle, guys? Oh, shit. No, I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Cheers.
For whatever reason, projects triangularity onto nature. Now, we might get some use out of the concept of triangularity. We might get a lot of use out of it, but it's still important to acknowledge that the perfect triangle isn't inherent to human life. It's an invisible lens that literally shapes the way we see reality, the way we measure difference, the way we understand each other, the way we value human worth, and that perhaps triangularity is just one lens among many. It's a lens that we should make sure is applied in a way that doesn't lead to harm, oppression, or exclusion.
Yep,
because
very important.
Why would we let a category limit our life's possibilities, right? Gender and sex are categories that define what bodies can be and do. And though most people tend to have one normative set of genitals, a certain normative configuration of hormones and tastes that tend to develop in line with social expectations, to say that sex or gender is some core that is at the root of this variation is to work in reverse. Because yes, these differences exist, but it is a socially conditioned choice to use the lens of man or woman to organize these various observations into 2 specific categories with rigid social expectations. Everything from the way we view and use the body,
our expectations of other people and ourselves, it's all conditioned by the social frameworks that guide our decision to even create these categories in the first place. So you might be familiar with a little queer theorist named Judith Butler.
Yeah, we're
Either
familiar.
because you think they're a demonic entity destroying Western civilization, or a based gender punk destroying Western civilization. Back in the day, they wrote a book called Gender Trouble, where they argue that gender is a performative social construct. This twisted a lot of panties, but many people misunderstood what they meant. But I think Butler's work is important, specifically because it completely disagrees with what conservatives today call gender ideology. Butler doesn't believe in the sex and gender distinction. They don't think people are born with essential gender identities, nor do they think that sex or gender isn't real. Butler argues that gender is performative. But the word performative has a specific definition. The performative utterance is a concept taken from philosopher J.L. Austin. He argued that language doesn't just exist for the purpose of talking shit. Language also has the power to do shit. It has the power to create reality itself. The classic example is a marriage ceremony. When a groom says, "I do," he's not just saying something or describing something. He's also doing something. He's enacting the marriage contract. The "I do" transforms reality by turning a bachelor into a husband. And you know what else? He's getting married to another man. Didn't see that one coming, huh? Judith Butler takes the concept of performative utterance, that thing we just described, and extends it to everything. After a very strong bong rip, Butler began to wonder if all of reality was just like language, man. What if language, in the sense of symbols, words, and patterns of meaning, in a way, creates reality, man? What if all of our language is performative, in the sense that language is the thing that gives the world meaning? It's the thing that allows us to understand the world and form a relationship to the world, because otherwise the world would just be dead and incoherent goop. And in that sense, language creates reality. All language is performative because language is the process of creating our reality as we understand it. Since Judith Butler was a raging SJW, they decided to apply this lens to their special interest, gender. They argue that gender itself is performative. Gendered reality is created by the way we use our body to convey meaning, in our mannerisms, in our way of dressing, in our everyday roles and habits. Our bodily acts, through a type of bodily language, socially create and recreate gender every day. Butler doesn't believe that gender comes from some internal core, not from our chromosomes or from our brain. They believe that gender and our experience of gender comes from the repetition of acts that we have labeled masculine and feminine. Gender is the process of giving and enacting meaning through the way we use and shape our bodies. As we grow up in the world, we come to learn and internalize gendered meanings in a way that is both uniquely our own, but that also builds our identity out of cultural material that isn't our own. But this totally contradicts how we understand gender in everyday life. It even contradicts the narratives that we're supposed to believe about trans people. As trans people, we're told that we're born with a gendered brain that gives us an unshakable sense of gender identity. I'm told that as a trans man, I have a male brain. But I don't think that's true. Because maleness, masculinity, manhood, those are changing and evolving social patterns, and the brain itself is a changing and evolving organ that no one really understands. And when scientists have analyzed brains to try to find male or female structure, they find that brains don't really work that way. They aren't really dimorphic, and everyone has a different mosaic of neurological features. I understand why, as trans people, we want to find that one hard piece of evidence that we could point to and say, hey, we're real, science has proved it, you see? So we come up with these discourses that argue that we're born this way or that our brains are marked with the truth. That's not going to work. One, because we're asking for recognition from a gendered system that was not built to accommodate us. And two, because it just isn't true. And that doesn't mean that trans people aren't real, or that our identities are made up, or that we don't deserve dignity. In fact, it allows us to see the more radical truth, that all gender
Even the gender of cisgender people is based on complex social and psychological attachments and investments. All gender is constructed, and all gender identity is rooted in the way we individually process our social world. But there's some important things to keep in mind. Just because gender is socially constructed does not mean that trans people choose to be trans or that gender isn't real. It doesn't mean that people have control over their gender identity, or at least how we experience our gender identity. It does not mean that gender identity is arbitrary or that even gender roles are arbitrary. So then, why are people trans? The better question is, why does anyone have a gender identity? Why do we as humans form deep attachments to the worlds that we create?
What even is this thing?
The truth is that nobody knows, but everyone experiences it. Everyone is born into the world, forms deep psychic attachments to categories, and everyone from the normative to the least normative person has a complex and incomplete relationship with their identity. Some people feel at home in certain categories and not at home in others. I, as a trans man, couldn't function in a female role, but live a pretty good life as a man. I don't know why, but it just works for me. But for some reason, people consider my gendered attachments to be abnormal. Something in my brain went wrong. What a lot of people don't understand is that trans people aren't the only people who have gender trouble. Gender is a powerful social norm, and since human beings are not as perfect as the categories that we create, even cisgender people feel gendered incongruence. They, too, can feel incomplete in the norms assigned to them. Many cis men and women alter their bodies through plastic surgery to fit the ideal masculine and feminine forms. Some men who can't grow beards undergo beard transplants to live their truth. Cisgender boys and men with gynecomastia grow breasts, and some choose to have surgeries, yes, even children, to feel more at home in their bodies. A lot of women go through great lengths to remove unwanted body hair. We can criticize the way gendered categories are imposed upon us, but this is all to say that just like cisgender people, trans people form attachments to certain categories. We often desire the same norms that cisgender people do, just in a non-normative way. While most people feel gender incongruence to some extent in their lives at some point, we only pathologize this incongruence when a trans person experiences it. To long for your gendered assignment is a virtue, but to long for another assignment is a sin. Why do we encourage some forms of bodily intervention and not others? Why do laws freely allow parents to irreversibly alter intersex children's genitals against their will, but when trans kids desire puberty blockers, which are reversible, the whole English-speaking world has to get involved? Why do we give medical institutions the power to decide the parameters by which
if we allow parents to pick what sex their children is in the very unlikely circumstance that they're intersex, that means we should just allow any child to transition their gender at any point medically with drugs and or surgery. Listen, man, I don't really know where I stand on the whole intersex thing. It's kind of like one of those things where I'm like, maybe, okay, yeah, it's inconvenient, it's not ideal, but maybe you should just let your kid develop and then you can decide later. Like I'm kind of okay with that in intersex cases because of like, you know, I mean, we watched the episode of Sally Jesse earlier. Like that episode was about like a person who was selected to be a girl and actually turned out to be a boy, and that fucking sucks. That sucks. That's a horrible situation, okay? I don't want anyone to go through that. And so I kind of understand like the quandary that intersex parents might find themselves in, but just because intersex is a real thing does not mean that any child should receive gender-affirming medical care in the form of hormones or in the form of surgery just because they feel like it.
we can shape our bodies. I'm kind of over the old gender ideology. Let's make a new one.
True.
As I transitioned through the medical system in my adolescence, I came to associate my trans life with hostility, bureaucracy, and precarious vulnerability.
After all, as a trans kid, you spend a lot of time telling a bunch of random doctors intimate details about your identity in the most cold and clinical settings possible. As a trans kid, I was an object of examination. The doctors scanned my words for a list of symptoms. My life was a case study to be read by someone else's gaze. For a long time, that's just what I understood my gender identity to be. During my medical transition, I learned to reproduce the narrative that my transgender identity had to be justified by pain and shame. I learned to accept that the medical institution had the power to tell me when and why my pain was enough. I was conditioned to hurt in a certain way to get what I needed. And I started to believe it. Why do we medicalize and pathologize certain relationships to gender and not others? Our collective attachments to normative gender ideas are strong, but institutions control who gets access to these normative attachments. Some queer theorists suggest that maybe we should just do away with these normative attachments altogether. It's a nice idea, but if we do away with normative attachments, then we'd basically have to kill every person on the planet. But what we can do is understand how to live with normative attachments, at least for the moment.
That means
how do we work
capitalist.
towards justice when historically oppressive norms
Capitalist
assert themselves
attachments.
from every level of every institution to even the most intimate parts of our identities? While I don't have a comprehensive answer, I do know where we can look to find it. As Andrea Long-Chu writes in the article, After Trans Studies,
the most powerful intervention scholars working in trans studies can make at this juncture within the academy is to defend the claim that transness requires that we understand, as we never have before, what it means to be attached to a norm, by desire, by habit, by survival.
Everyone has these attachments, trans or not. But how can trans identity and experience help us understand these normative attachments? I identify as a man and feel a strong connection to masculinity. That hasn't always been a good and beautiful thing. The way I now see and feel the world as a man has been influenced by the history of traditional masculinity as a dominating and oppressive force. I'd be naive to say it hasn't been influenced by that, wouldn't I? There are moments when I can feel that history in the ways that I process emotions, the ways I desire, the way I interact with other people. Those are parts of my identity that I don't like. And my unconscious attachments to these aspects of toxic masculinity are my responsibility, but they have not always been my choice. And listen, I've made videos exploring the topic of toxic masculinity, how it's shit, how men need to take responsibility in overcoming it, but I want to be honest here. My journey through gender as a trans person hasn't always been the beautiful thing that liberals tell you that it is. That doesn't mean that there aren't beautiful parts of being trans, or that trans men should feel ashamed for identifying with masculinity after we have fought so hard to claim that right. But the process of acquiring a gender identity, whether you are trans or cis, requires one to undergo the trauma of confronting a language that we took no part in creating. As a man, I am psychologically invested in the male category and am now unconsciously linked to that problematic history, whether I like it or not.
No. Just because you believe you are a man does not mean you are a man. You are a woman who was born without a penis. And you can dress like a man, and you can talk like a man, and you can take male hormones all you want, and I don't begrudge anyone that. I will even refer to you as he, him pronouns. I will respect your name, I will respect your pronouns, I will respect your ability to do whatever the fuck you want with your body. But we need to be honest about this. You are not a man. You are a woman that is treating a mental health condition by living socially as a man. And that's fine. And you should be given respect and dignity and allowed to do whatever the fuck you want to do. But you are not a man.
All people have to wrestle with these attachments. Psychoanalysts Avgi Sakatopoulou and Anne Pellegrini wrote a neat little yellow book called Gender Without Identity.
Oh.
In it, they make some seemingly sus claims. That no one is born trans or queer, and that, yes, gender identity, sexuality, all of that can be informed, mediated, and built from psychic trauma. It's a scary argument to make, especially when the right wing argues that queer people are deviants who are messed up in some way that cause their abnormal identifications. But Sakatopoulou and Pellegrini do not argue, as many right-wingers do, that non-normative genders and sexualities are the direct result of traumatic experience. If trauma could turn you gay, then we'd all be gay. Instead, they argue that all gender, the gender of cis, trans, agender, non-binary, all gender experiences are in part shaped by the trauma inherent in human experience, both the trauma that is directly experienced by the individual and that which is intergenerationally inherited. For these psychoanalysts, gender and sexuality is a form of unconscious self-theorization. It is the way that our psyche poetically translates the mess that we are all handed by culture, by language, by our parents.
And so we're not saying trauma causes gender or trauma causes sexuality, but we could think of it as a force. And people do things with their force. We're not just stopped dead in our tracks by trauma. We can do things with it.
Can someone look this up? The conversation with Al McFarlane. Can we find this episode with Anne Pellegrini, the conversation with Al McFarlane?
One of the things that we do with trauma as human beings is we actually elaborate a self, a gendered self, a sexual self.
Queerness is not the result of a specific or exceptional type of trauma.
Ideology.
It isn't something that can be predicted or changed. It isn't a deviation from healthy developmental paths. It is neither bad nor good, neither functional nor dysfunctional. It is just the random way that our psyche translates our experience into attachment and identity.
We provide a framework that
Reagan
refuses
for the
born this
win.
way
Thank you,
notions of
Reagan.
queer and trans experience in order to show that what gives gender its intrapsychic grip is the fact that it proceeds from the subject's own autopoetic process.
When right-wingers
watch
claim
that another
that
day.
gender or sexuality is the result of trauma or abnormality, they do this under the guise that one
I'm sorry, what? Right-wingers don't claim this. When right-wingers claim that gender or sexuality is the result of trauma, I have literally never heard a right-winger claim this in my life.
is the result of trauma or abnormality, they do this under the guise that one can change and therefore eradicate queerness. Sakatopoulou and Pellegrini emphasize time after time that gender and sexuality is not something that we can choose or intentionally change.
What this highly mobile process also means is that we do not and cannot control our own or another's gender becoming.
Yet as much as these authors emphasize this point over and over, despite taking a hard stance against transphobia, despite them being queer themselves, despite the work resonating with a lot of other queer people, there's always that fear that their work could be reappropriated by the right-wing sensationalist machine. But they said f*** it, because trans people deserve a better discourse.
We don't think people are born trans. We also don't think they're born normatively gendered, or what has come to be called cis. We think that all gender and all sexuality is something people acquire in a very complex way. This isn't about choice, like you wake up in the morning, pull down the Facebook drop-down menu and decide, I'm going to be this, right? But the other thing is that, again, we're psychoanalysts and we sit and we listen to people. We think that trauma...
They're psychoanalysts, so they're Freudians, which means they're socialist.
...may well play a part in how anyone comes into their gender or comes into their sexuality, not just trans people, not just queer people, but we think that trauma actually shapes the everyday experience of gender and of sexuality for everyone.
We can't let born this way narratives keep trans activism captive in the hopes that one day trans folks will suddenly acquire pronouns and stop wishing for our destruction.
Because you were born this way, baby.
No, we owe it to queer people to honor the complexity of gender as an autopoetic psychic self-translation in all of its beauty, violence, autonomy, force, and unintelligibility.
And in many ways, part of what we're trying to do in this book is extend the dignity of complexity and nuance to trans and queer people in ways that it has not been for fear that it would be weaponized.
All gender is trauma.
All gender is pleasurable. All gender involves bodily desires, incongruences, sadness, joy, creativity, and normativity. All gender
All
is
gender is
technological,
trauma?
artificial, unnatural, socially influenced. But we only create laws and phobias against transgender, against intersex bodies, against the non-normative. The state regulates trans kids' puberty more than their fucking school lunch. Literally, what is this? Oh, but transition is radical. Transition is permanent. Well, you know what else is permanent? All puberty. And let me tell you, going through puberty as a girl didn't feel like I was fulfilling nature's beautiful purpose. From the moment I became conscious of what it meant to be female, I became conscious of the way that older men looked at me. I became conscious of my objectification, of the scars that girlhood and womanhood would entail.
This is so
All
ominous.
gendering, even the so-called natural or normal process of growing up with a gender, involves permanent physical and psychic traumas. Yet when a child or adolescent, hell, even an adult,
All gendering involves psychic trauma.
decides that they want to choose their own gendered path, maybe even a different path, we call that disordered. We call it abnormal. We call it a deviation. It doesn't have to be. What if we learn to form a different relationship with the body, with identity? What if we freed sex characteristics from their institutional cage? What if we built a world that actually celebrates trans kids, that wants to see more trans kids in the world? A world that sees the rise of trans kids not as a sign of an epidemic, but as the signal of a world that has a new and freer relationship to social norms. Now, I'm not advocating for all doctors to take every single child and immediately trans them. We have to acknowledge that we live in a world where transition is a radical and life-altering decision. But that's not a problem with us. That's a problem with the world and what it's like. I think that mainstream trans activism currently paints this picture of trans life as this small group of afflicted people who just want to carve out a quiet little pocket of society. And that's not totally inaccurate. That's how, under the current social system, many trans people experience and understand their lives, and that's fair. Some people are just trying to survive. It's what I did for all those years that I was stealth, and I would never look down on someone for desiring that life when the world only offers us the alternative of violence. But what if the trans advocates, the public figures, those of us who have the ears of important people, what if those of us who are visible asked for something beyond a quiet little pocket, and asked for a world in which our lives are visible and celebrated?
Today,
Why
the
do you
discourse
deserve to be
surrounding childhood
celebrated?
transition continues
I'm sorry.
to attempt this
Hang on.
stabilization.
Hang on. You want to be celebrated just for being trans? Why do you deserve to be celebrated for how you're born? Who the fuck cares, bro? I don't care if you're trans or cis or non-binary or whatever the fuck. You don't deserve special privileges because of how you were born.
With
If you were really born that way, which I don't believe you are. I don't believe this is a natural thing. I believe this is a socially induced phenomenon because of the public fucking schools. Yeah, we all want a fucking parade just for us. Exactly. Why don't we all get a parade? Celebrate me, I'm special. Exactly.
puberty suppression technologies promising a future that
My
erases
God,
trans
these
visibility
people.
itself. A disturbing reconsolidation of the sex and gender binary that also evokes
Ooh,
eugenic
the
echoes
sex
of the
and gender
proper
binary.
racial phenotypes of human sex from early 20th century endocrinology.
Trans advocacy is just
I'm way
fighting
drunk,
for the
just so
right
you
to
guys
be
know.
like
You're lucky
everybody
you're not
else,
getting Southern accent
for the
right
right to
now.
be invisible, then will we ever be able to form a culture and understanding on our own terms? What if trans activism imagined the future in a different way, for a queer future that, in the words of Jose Esteban Munoz, is not yet here, but to which we're always barreling towards, hoping for.
The genitals are still imprisoned in a pre-modern, sovereign, and nearly theocratic power regime that considers them to be the property of the state and dependent on unchanging transcendental law.
What? Paul B. Pre-CIADO. The genitals are still imprisoned in a pre-modern, sovereign, and nearly theocratic power regime, that means capitalism, that considers them to be the property, that means capitalism, of the state is capitalist, and dependent on unchanging transcendental law. Our genitals are a part of transcendental law, guys. Yeah, free the genitals. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. The voice of reason. Fender Bean is the voice of reason per usual. All right. We have less than 10 minutes left. All right, we're going to get through this. I'm really drunk.
Medical institutions imprison gender and sex in a cage. Mainstream trans activism has been politely asking these institutions for permission to open that cage from time to time, as long as they have a doctor's note. But it doesn't matter how many studies or scientific institutions show that it's okay to unlock the door, because the problem is not only about who gets to open the cage, but the fact that the cage exists in the first place. The problem is that we lock away queer forms of human transformation and not others. The trans experience allows us to see that we can build a new relationship to the body. The body no longer has to be captured by institutions that tell us to be and follow a certain way of being.
Like
A
capitalism?
trans future might imagine gender not as a site of bodily regulation, but bodily freedom. Yeah, it might be naive, and it's a tall order to expect every trans person to be an advocate for a new gendered future, especially when a lot of us just want to live our lives.
Yeah,
but if you're
okay,
someone
bro.
who's tired of living the life you are told to desire, who feels limited by the available categories and the available futures, might help to reflect on the special way we as queer people and trans people imagine the future. Our special way of hoping is powerful. It's rich with the resources for a new world. All it takes is for us to realize it. But what if we get it wrong? What if we let trans kids transition and society goes to shit and millions of kids end up clinically depressed? Well, newsflash, we're already getting it wrong. Society is decently shit and millions of kids are already clinically depressed.
Yeah.
Let's stop trying to get it right. Let's stop going in circles seeking some ultimate truth or some final gendered core. To hell with nature's purpose.
Oh, is that it? Are we done?
If you want to continue to see work like this for free, please consider supporting my Patreon to get access to exclusive videos, a podcast where I talk to other video essayists, and behind-the-scenes adventures. Head to patreon.com/arethay.
All right. Well, that was something. Why is there 4 minutes left in this video? Is it just credits? 4 minutes of credits? Wow. All right. Well, you know, we've got a lot more to cover in the non-binary history category. We might be continuing this next week. I think that was a really great use of our time. The Why Gender Ideology is Created by Conservatives video. We've got a lot more videos to cover. To include, We Are Not a Phase, the hidden history of gender divergence and non-binary folks. We will be continuing to cover this next week. In the meantime, we're done for tonight because I have pizza ordered, okay? And I'm going to go watch a movie with my husband. And I might get laid later. I might. I can't guarantee. I don't know. Maybe my husband isn't feeling like it. But I might actually get laid later. And I'm going to go eat some pizza and watch a movie in the meantime. And even if I didn't order tacos. I ordered pizza. I ordered a cheese pizza, but it's like a really good cheese pizza. I don't know what the fuck they put in this cheese pizza. It's like crack. It's so good. And I ordered a buffalo chicken pizza. And so I will be eating pizza. And I will be watching a movie. And I might be getting laid. And I will be back tomorrow for Socialism Saturday, because Socialism Saturday will be at 6 p.m. tomorrow. And if you guys need something to read in the meantime, head over to the Red Menace Collective Substack, which is redmenacecollective.substack.com, and read the Communist Manifesto, A Revolutionary Fairy Tale, which is my dystopian fairy tale based on the Communist Manifesto. And it's really good, and someone's going to make it into a movie someday. I have full and complete faith. Someone is going to make my book into a movie someday. You can read it exclusively on the Red Menace Collective Substack right now. It will also be released as a paperback next week. Right? Maybe not next week. Maybe the week after. I don't know. I don't know what date it is. Hang on. I am drunk. The plan that I have actually, no, it'll be the following week. I'm planning on releasing it as a paperback on April 1st. Because I kind of want it to be an April Fool's Day type thing. Did Carlin actually release a satirical, dark humor, dystopian version of the Communist Manifesto on April Fool's Day? Yeah. Yeah, I did. So that'll be so people in the Red Menace Collective are going to get this for like a full week and a half ahead of everyone else. So head over to redmenacecollective.substack.com. You know what? Don't tempt me, Alex. Maybe next year. Can we do that for next year? Maybe I'll write the book about Hitler next year. Can I not step in that particular trap right now? Yeah. Fuck you. The title of the book, Was Hitler Actually a Hero? No! I would never do that. Disavow. I would never actually say that Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. Hitler is in hell right now. He's burning in hell right now with all the worst people that have ever lived. Disavow, Alex. Disavow. All right. That's all we have. I'm going to go eat some pizza. And I'm going to go watch a movie. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. Take care. Oh! With love. Yeah. I appreciate you, Alex. Thank you for your ongoing support. Yep. All right. Good night. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. some idea. I am not completely like other people. What do you mean by that? People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital? That's difficult to answer.